child victim of gun violence, I know firsthand the carnage that any bullet exacts upon a fragile, growing body. Whatever you may suspect my suffering, this bill is a compromise that allows uniquely lethal weapons to be sold with a caveat. That caveat: ability, education, training, and competency. A ridiculously minor inconvenience in the face of a recurring mass murder, especially of our kids. As you listen to testimony today about the urgent, unrestricted need for these easier to load, more efficient weapons that are a mainstay of gun shop sales, and allegedly better for women and people with disabilities, consider this. I am both a disabled and a woman. I don't have the luxury of worrying about taking a 4-hour course to get a 4-hour class to get a course card. I worry about a mass shooting that I know I don't stand a chance of escaping. All today we hear about the burden of a 4 to 12-hour training class, and yet nary a word about the burden we have put on our kids to do active shooting drills for countless hours every year, for every year of their time in school. Do the right thing. Show respect for lethality with accountability. Pass this bill, please.
Thank you. Okay, committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? AML Bacon.
Sorry, I think there was a point you were trying to make in regards to the cartels, and I want to maybe flesh that out a little bit. Also, thank you for being here. Thank you all for being here. I guess what I'm trying to understand and figure out if what you're also saying or intimating at is, you know, the weapons that these cartels have, it's not as if the manufacturers are selling directly to them, right? We're talking about where they are getting them from. Is that fair to say?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, any further questions? Rep. Armagust.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And when we're talking about where people are getting the firearms, how do you see this bill affecting the criminal purchase, which could even exaggerate the criminal purchase of firearms? So people obtaining firearms illegally to use them illegally, where does this bill put a speed bump in that?
Was that for any particular witness or just anyone? Whoever wants to take it. Yes, Ms. Rudd. Oh, sorry, I got your names mixed up.
It's all right, Catherine. I'm not quite sure I understand the question. I was speaking about straw purchasers here in Colorado. So straw purchasers are people without criminal background, criminal records, going in on behalf of people with criminal records to purchase firearms for the criminal and handing them over to the criminals. So what was your question again?
Rep. Armagust.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How does this bill impact the criminal purchases or illegal obtaining of firearms?
Well, I think the fact that, you know, for instance, the gun battles in Mexico, you know, recently they've been as many as 500, you know, military people or police killed in some of these gun battles. So the cartels really outgun law enforcement down there, right? So they want the most powerful, easy to use, you know, maximum amount of lethality in the weapons that they're looking for. I think the passage of this bill would be a discouragement.
Okay, Rep. Armagust, any further questions? Oh yeah, if you want to chime in.
If I could address that as well, because I've been thinking about that today. If indeed this bill passes and gun manufacturers find a way to create the guns that fit within this bill, et cetera, as we go forward, because we're only talking about guns that can be legally purchased as we go forward. As we go forward, there will be fewer and fewer of the detachable magazine guns out there, and there'll be the types that we've got here. And as such, it will reduce how much shooting can take place in a given period of time.
Ms. Art, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I just wanted to also comment about even with the King Super Shooter, again, the speed bump is that there's some scrutiny, that there's training. I think all today we keep hearing everybody talk about how this is a mental health issue, as if mental health is a stationary issue. People go through crisis in their time. Sometimes they have poor mental health and sometimes they recover from it. Any one of us could be in crisis after a divorce, a bankruptcy, a lost job. We know that. We know that often these crimes are because of a rage instinct that's temporary. It's not permanent. Not all of these are this idea that there are bad people and good people. There are just people living their lives who sometimes make really horrible decisions and go about things wrong.
Rep. Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to follow up with that, Ms. Ort, because what I've been thinking about in this issue is the question of depravity, which I think the sheriff's also referred to, and they talk about the criminals are the only ones that would do these guns, would use these guns or use them illegally, and everybody else is not going to use them. To me, one of the issues is training and knowing, if you've been trained with this gun, what the lethality of the weapon is. Can you speak to your thoughts with regard to how that might help people, if they're in crisis, understand the level of danger they might be inflicting by owning that weapon?
Yeah.
Was that Ms. Art?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think everyone here in this room would agree that these weapons are a different level of lethality. And if there's training about it and how you need to use it and what to do, I mean, the training can include some of these issues of crisis and safe storage and ERPO laws. That's part of the training, right? Is part of the training is talking about these different aspects we have to help people with mental health and an understanding of it. Also often when I'm here listening to testimony, we hear, the gun shop owners talk about how they've turned away people who they felt were not safe to sell a gun to, or they felt should not get that gun. So we know this happens. So there are steps that even gun shop owners are taking those steps to say, hey, we need a speed bump. We need to slow this down. The more scrutiny for these weapons, which cause so much more trauma than the average weapon, is warranted in this case, I believe.
Vice Chair Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this question is for, is it Ms. Pearl? Can you speak to the attitude or the mental health or the mental state of students in this space? And are you seeing any type of fatigue or ambivalence towards gun safety in that space?
Ms. Worrell.
Yes, I can absolutely speak to that. My school was a direct community that was affected by gun violence. We lost a student a couple years ago, and that loss stays with us. We paint portions of the school every day. There is a communal feeling of angst when we go into our school. The DPS is trying to build a vestibule in the front of our school to hypothetically protect us from danger. However, this would have not stopped any of the 2023 shootings. The problem is that people who have access to guns that should not have access to guns. And obviously this is a very legal issue that I'm 17 and I'm missing my math class to be here, and I don't know exactly how to solve. I don't think any of us have the answers, but I do see my classmates go through traumatic events during our lockdown drills. People start crying, people that don't cry in school. I have a friend who's in trauma therapy for her shooting, for the way the shootings have affected her. This is not fair. And we are asking our legislators to do anything to help mitigate this crisis in a way that respects the laws, the rights and laws of all citizens and of our nation.
Vice Chair Carter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, ma'am. And I guess this question is for the whole panel. When you hear law enforcement indicating that either they do not have the ability or the willingness to enforce some of these laws, what is your reaction to that?
Whoever would like to chime in.
I want them fired. That's my reaction. If they're not willing to enforce our laws that all of you pass, they should be fired. They shouldn't be in those positions.
Whoever wants to chime in, you all can feel free.
I'd just like to say it has a chilling effect. I testified to this just last week that, I wanted to speak with our sheriff about this. When we feel like sheriffs are not going to enforce a law, we're afraid to go forward and talk about this. So I think it also has a chilling effect in reaching out to your law enforcement. If you think there's a problem, there's someone you're concerned about, but your law enforcement is saying that they're not prioritizing this, they don't care about it, they're not going to enforce it. That gives people who might have some knowledge about may be able to prevent a mass shooting, that tells them that they don't have a place to go. So I think it has a really chilling effect.
I would like to add on to that. I believe that it's slightly disheartening to hear that certain law enforcement officials who are due the constitutionality of laws. I really, as someone who cannot vote, cannot own a gun, we are asking our law enforcement to protect us and to do the right thing. And when they say, until there's an issue, it's not my priority, who has to die for that to be your priority?
Ms. Rudd?
Yes, I just feel very, very, very sad because I understand the mindset that they're coming from and the information sources that they gather their information from. But to me, as an American citizen, I've lived in 5 different countries. We have lost the sense of our greater good and our common public life, that we have erased the sense of wonderful, wonderful freedom that comes with public trust. It saddens me so much when I love this country, I'm glad to be here, but I'm very sad that I go into a grocery store, there's got to be an armed guy there, drop a kid off at kindergarten, armed guy there, here, there, everywhere.
Thank you. And Rep. Armagost, quickly, and also just for all members on the committee, I do appreciate that we all have a lot of questions for our witnesses. I want to try as we move forward to get a little closer to time so we can hear from everybody. But Rep. Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question comes back into the public safety side of this. This took a turn for the worse as far as our law enforcement that has come here to testify in framing questions in a way that impugns our law enforcement of not being willing to enforce something, and then actions of having them fired. And for our sheriffs here and the other leaders that were here, I would encourage everyone to do a ride along with your local agency to kind of see what the public safety or priority of life is concerned as far as public safety enforcement goes. But what do you see as more important in addressing a crime? If you have a call log, which I know all of our agencies are understaffed and undermanned at the current time, if there's a call log where you have violent crimes being committed that they are being required to respond to, or the potential that somebody might have sold somebody a 30-round magazine, standard capacity magazine, where does that priority fit in as far as what you think they should be responding to on a call log during their shift?
Whoever would like to respond. Ms. Hort.
I'll just say one thing, that I think that words matter a lot. And so as a public facing person, to say that, again, not impugning their ideas behind this. The idea is that when they say publicly that they're not going to do this, it tells people that their voices are not going to be heard, that they're not going to be represented. Whether that's true or not, in my case, I went to my sheriff. He absolutely heard what I had to say. But it took me a long time to find the courage to do it because I felt that it wasn't going to be heard. So what we say and how we talk about guns matters. And so when we have sheriffs come in a public, this is going to be on the news, I'm sure, tonight, and we have our multiple sheriffs saying that they're not thinking of enforcing this, that's a problem.
Okay, Ms. Rudd.
No, I just want to say one of the sheriffs who disagreed with the bill when asked this question, about what it implied about his abilities, answered very simply and clearly, I follow the rule of the law. And I thought that was so impressive. That said to me so much about that individual's character and that individual's respect. And that is a sheriff that I would admire, regardless of his viewpoint.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for sharing your stories and for your time. With that, we'll move on to the next panel of witnesses. Okay, Huey Langston, Commissioner Corey Applegate, Sheriff Speckman, and Kylie Howard. Kyle, okay. I was wondering. Okay, are we missing? I called Huey Langston, Sheriff Speckman. Do we have Commissioner Corey Applegate? Online. Okay, Corey Applegate should be online. Okay. While we wait on Commissioner Applegate, why don't we start with Huey Langston? You will have 2 minutes. State any organization you represent. You may proceed. Turn on your mic too. There's a button at the bottom of the mic.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Huey Laugesen, Executive Director of the Colorado State Shooting Association. We are the official state association of the NRA. When I first read Senate Bill 3, when it was introduced, I thought you couldn't possibly write a worse piece of legislation. But that's when the Senate Democrats said, hold our beer, and proceeded to add several amendments, making it even worse. They made an exception for Hollywood movie makers and followed that up by rejecting an exception for survivors of domestic abuse and stalking. That is shameful. Then they added a discriminatory permitting scheme for permission to purchase firearms, a program that many of the most vulnerable to violent crime, low-income individuals, many of whom are minorities, simply won't be able to afford. Cindy Romero, who was terrorized by Tren de Aragua gangsters at her Aurora apartment complex, and attested she likely wouldn't have survived without having a semi-automatic firearm for self-defense, is just one example of a low-income minority who will not be able to afford this permit. Unlike Colorado's concealed carry permit, this bill doesn't require the state to give you a permit. This bill gives a government official authority to make a subjective call on whether or not you can even get to the starting line of this process. If you do get a permit, it can be revoked at any time based on a subjective judgment call as well. It is wrong to require American citizens to purchase their rights from the state, and it is in fact unconstitutional. And my organization will seek to demonstrate that in the courts if this passes. Oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I head to the next witness, since we have an extra chair up here, can I also call up Kellen Lanier? Okay. And we'll now hear from Sheriff Speckman. You will have 2 minutes. State any organization you represent. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Heath Speckman. I am the Sheriff of Lake County. And I appreciate this opportunity to voice my concerns with Senate Bill 003. I stand today to oppose Senate Bill 003. And I want to speak to an experience that I've had in Lake County, Colorado. It's a small county. We've struggled with staffing. I started approximately 3 years ago where we had only 3 deputies. And in that type of situation, that's a situation where we have to focus on increasing our staffing levels so we can provide public safety to our community. This also provides a situation where we do rely on our constituents to protect themselves in those situations where we don't have anybody available to respond to calls. And in our jurisdiction, we have the Leadville Police Department, who is also understaffed, and the Colorado State Patrol, which is also understaffed. I took 3 oaths in my life. The first was with the United States Air Force. I served approximately 10 years with the Air Force. Then I went to the Colorado State Patrol, which assigned me to Leadville. And then I resigned from the State Patrol so I can focus on our local community that was in dire need of public safety. This bill presents the issues that addresses our staffing needs. And I bring that up because of my experience in rubbing shoulders with those that are willing to do this type of work, those that are guardians of our community, protectors, those that are warriors in times of need, appreciate their Second Amendment. They exercise their Second Amendment. And this is part of the problem that I have with recruitment and retention. There are a lot of aspects that I have to address in our staffing needs, and this one just prevents us from recruiting those that are willing to defend our community. So I request this committee to have a thorough examination of all the testimony today. I appreciate again the opportunity, and I request that you vote no on Senate Bill 003. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from Kyle Howard. You'll have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kyle Howard. I own Empire Gun Club. I have issues with the financial notes on this bill, considering the $1.3 billion deficit we're facing. That doesn't just appear overnight, and it would be wise to get a second opinion. Washington State has a similar bill, and it's requesting $58 million over 5 years. Illinois' FOID system is asking for $33 million alone for next year. And second, we've spoken to a handful of wardens and other CPW officers and looked at their numbers. And despite the fact that they've said they don't want this or any part of it, and they have to say so in private, they also can't handle it. In 2024, CPW provided 470 courses and certified 12,300 students. Your assumption of the 2.4 million gun owners in the state only doing 50,000 a year to apply for this card is laughable. That's only 2%. And somehow an underfunded agency is going to handle a 5x increase by September 1st, right at the start of hunting season. But let's say it was only 10%. That's 240,000 applications submitted on day one before funding has even been paid into the system. So who's going to front it at the start? The system crashes immediately. Most will have hunter safety cars older than 5 years that need to be renewed. Now having to service 240,000 applications plus the normal annual, your 470 courses just became 400 a month, or 4,800 a year with an average class size of 50. Each course requires 2 instructors. The average pay is 60 to 80K a year per before benefits. That's 50 to 60 million a year in salary alone for full-time instructors that do absolutely nothing except this. And you haven't even paid for locations or paperwork or any of it. Additionally, CPW only has 700 people on staff at the moment that are certified to do this, and it takes 2 years to get through the process to even be able to do it. What happens in 2030 when the 240,000 originals now need to renew? It's not manageable. It's not feasible. The fiscal note's a joke. And to move it from Tabor to force a conservation agency to shoulder it just to get it to pass, to wait for it to bankrupt and destroy the department that manages the state's beauty is pure evil and will destroy a 9-figure industry.
Thank you. All right, now we'll hear from Kellen Lanier. You will have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed.
My name's Kellen Lanier, here with myself. There are times when a law may seem just on its face and only to be unjust in its application. This is one of those times. So at its core, this bill will create a class system. And maybe you've seen this playbook before. Dred Scott, Jim Crow, Black Codes, Bull O'Connor, list goes on. This bill contains that heritage. Increasing police interaction, creating arbitrary crime, allowing known failure points our society rejected generations ago to reemerge. We've been here before. In speaking with many of you, I've heard so many times that the effective solutions are too hard to tackle. So I've lost a lot of hope in that. This isn't the representation I was promised. There's bickering and just waging war on each other in this place out of spite, and we are the casualties. I often look to Harriet Tubman, born a slave, illiterate. She orchestrated an interstate clandestine scheme protecting her charges with a sword and a pistol, all while suffering from chronic debilitating seizures. 13 consecutive times she did this. What she did was hard. What I see here is those mighty in influence, but scarce in conviction or circumspect, gripped by fear and money, unable to think past the power that they wield. Not all of us have forgotten the cost of reality. Why should I and people like me have faith in this body. So I say to my people instead, the world is more full of weeping than they choose to understand. No, we won't lease back our rights because they can't do hard things. We won't be participating in reenacting history. We're not going backwards.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Commissioner Corey Applegate. You will have 2 minutes. State any organization you represent. You may proceed.
Corey Applegate, and I'm with El Paso County Chairman and members of this committee. I'm representing District 4 here in El Paso County, and I'm here today to speak in opposition of Senate Bill 2503 on the grounds that it violates the constitutional rights of law-abiding Coloradoans while doing little to enhance our public safety. Even with the recent amendments, this bill still imposes an unconstitutional ban on commonly owned semi-automatic firearms with detachable magazines. The Second Amendment, as affirmed by the Supreme Court in the Heller and the Bruin decisions, protects the rights of the individuals to own firearms in common use for self-defense and any other lawful purposes. This bill directly contradicts those rulings by restricting access to firearms that millions of Americans own legally. The so-called exemption requiring excessive training and the sheriff's approval does not fix the bill's unconstitutional flaws. A right cannot be conditioned on excessive government-mandated hoops, especially when those hurdles include arbitrary training requirements and local law enforcement discretion. These restrictions create an undue burden on responsible citizens exercising a fundamental right. Treating gun ownership as a privilege rather than a constitutional protection, it is. Furthermore, this legislation does not stop criminals who will obtain firearms through any illegal means. It unfairly punishes law-abiding Coloradoans by restricting access to firearms for self-defense, hunting, and any sport. We should focus on enforcing existing laws against these violent offenders rather than passing unconstitutional restrictions that only impact responsible law-abiding citizens. For that reasons, I urge this committee to reject Senate Bill 2503. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Rep. Armagust.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question for the sheriff, but after hearing Mr. Lanier, I have a question for you. You mentioned that this bill falls under a similarly racist level of gun control. I wanted to know if you could elaborate on that versus the argument and the people supporting this bill, the problems that they see it potentially solving.
Mr. Lanier.
All right. Sorry, can you repeat that first one? I thought that was to the sheriff.
No, sorry. Yeah. After I heard your testimony, I redirected to you. Just
Okay.
how you mentioned the racist overtone of the gun control, this bill falling into that, and versus the testimony from the supporters and how they think this is going to solve problems.
Okay.
Mr.
thanks.
Lanier.
Thank you. Well, I mean, if you look at the intent and some of the language that we've heard around this bill, and then you go back to some of our founding documents. So Declaration of Independence, just to take it back a little bit forward, that was a little bit further. That was the 13th grievance in the Declaration of Independence, and it didn't stop there. I had mentioned Dred Scott, all of those things where it was, when you read it, that was the intent, was to come up with creative ways to restrict rights specifically. I think some of you might be more well-versed in that than I am. But looking at this fiscal note and the disparity study in it, it echoes the same thing that we've seen in those. We have, I believe the note predicts based off of prior convictions and all of those things that Black Coloradans would be around 42% of those convictions when we make up a percentage of the population, not even in the double digits. So, I mean, it's kind of right there too.
Rep. Armagust.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to get back to the sheriff on a question I asked the previous panel. What is your biggest threat as far as any of this is concerned? The law-abiding citizen that now has to go through a circus act of all the bureaucracy and things that we've created for barriers for them to purchase firearms legally. Are you more worried about those people obtaining firearms, or are you more worried about the criminal that's going to be illegally obtaining firearms through theft and otherwise?
Sheriff Speckman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. That is a good question to ask. I am more concerned about those with criminal intentions and how they receive those firearms versus the law-abiding citizens who go through the proper steps and will continue to follow the law. It is adding extra steps. The concern with the extra steps that are being added is related to those that just don't believe in this. And will end up leaving our community, those that I trust to assist us, those that I trust to potentially become law enforcement officers are just leaving the community.
Rep. Armagosa, you good? Vice Chair Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a few questions. Sorry. I just wanted to get the quote correctly. This is from Mr. Kellen. I want to make sure I heard you indicate that you were equating this bill to Harriet Tubman, the Dred Scott decision, and the atrocities committed by Bull Connor, and that you understand that this bill, if you are not trying to purchase a specified semi-automatic firearm, changes nothing. Are you aware of that?
Mr. Linear.
Is this a yes or no question only?
You could expound, but
Yeah,
it starts out with a yes or no. Sorry, Chair.
Mr. Linear, yes or no, and then you may.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I will take that. Then I have a question for the sheriff. A couple of sheriffs or some individuals have indicated that they may be unable or unwilling to enforce these laws or some laws. And I just wanted to, since we have you, understand if that is your perspective or concept of any of the laws that are put forth by this legislature.
Chair Speckman.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Representative, thank you. Yes, I believe that this is a complex question related to the constitutionality of laws. And that's why we're here to speak against this, as we don't believe it's constitutional. However, I did take an oath to support, defend all Colorado laws. And if this becomes a Colorado law, then this would be a law that I would enforce. And just to clarify from the prior panel, I didn't hear any sheriffs state that they would not enforce the law. We do have to go through actions of prioritizing our actions, but that doesn't mean we don't address these issues.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Chair Carter.
Last question, and this is for the panel. Anyone can answer. Once again, I have to ask the question. Explain to me why a gun safety class will not lead to fewer gun deaths or gun injuries. And that's for anyone.
Mr. Linear.
Well, I think, and to follow up on your question too, because they kind of fit together. So there is a high degree of subjectivity in this. So when you ask me about Bull O'Connor and all of those, that's the other side of the coin, that when you have people that may have differing views on who is worthy or not, those courses then become a weapon instead of what you might intend them to be. So there's way too much subjectivity in these courses to guarantee that this is something that's equally applied. There are also logistical issues with this that might just, again, you may miss the mark on what you're trying to do. I don't think that these classes are going to actually teach safety. They seem more like a screening device than anything else to selectively dole out rights, which is where I was getting before that yes or no question.
Yep. If you want to chime in.
Yeah, if I can expand on that as well. The first thing that I think of as an instructor is what would I have to teach and what would be involved in this. I think on the basis of your question, it's very shallow in that, sure, we all want people to have training. We want people to be proficient at protecting those that are around them. But in every concealed carry class that I've ever taught, there has been somebody who was recently assaulted or victimized in some way. And when I have to break the news to that individual that it's going to be Halloween before that they are allowed to carry a firearm legally, they're left with a choice. Do I break the law or do I not? So the overwhelming part of this falling on verified instructors to teach these courses is not manageable. We can't handle the influx of it, and neither can Parks and Wildlife. So this person not only has to wait 5 months to get a permit, it's going to push things out to the better part of a year plus before they'll even be able to buy their first firearm. So asking the question, don't you want training? Isn't that better? Sure, everybody wants training to be for everybody, but that should not be the barrier for entry to have these things.
For the record, that was Kyle Howard. Did you have a follow-up by Chair Carter? No. Okay. Any other questions for this panel of witnesses? Rep. Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Lageson from CSSA, and you kind of touched on something that I haven't heard a lot of people talk about today. And I'm very familiar, obviously, with your organization. You represent a wide range of people of all different economic backgrounds. Can you speak to how the classes and the additional fees, which I don't even think it's clear are going to be, how that's going to hurt like members of yours or just Coloradans in general who are of a lower socioeconomic background?
Mr. Lageson.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rep. Caldwell, for that question. Yeah, so anybody who's low income, living paycheck to paycheck, anything like that, they're simply not going to be able to afford to go through this permit to buy program. No matter how you spin it, look, you have to pay a fee to the sheriff's office, and then you have to pay a fee to the instructor who teaches you this course. Not only do you have to pay the instructor a fee, you have to pay for the instructor's time. You then also have to take time out of your schedule where, a lot of these people might be working several jobs and they can't afford to just take 2 days off of work to go take a 12-hour class that is already very expensive on top of a yet to be determined sum in fees that they will have to pay. So it's going to be really expensive. There are going to be a lot of people that can't afford it. And those people are the people who are most vulnerable already. I mentioned the example of Cindy Romero. And if you want to learn more about her story, if anybody does, I would direct you to cssa.org/Polis. You can learn a lot more about her story as an example. And I want to just reiterate, as others have said, this bill does nothing to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. For example, we talk about Cindy Romero, who was terrorized by Trende Aragua gangsters. And just in January, there was a whole gun trafficking ring, a Trende Aragua gun trafficking ring indicted in New York. And so these people who are terrorizing people in our state that are low income and would never be able to afford this permitting program, the Trende Aragua, they aren't getting their guns legally. It's not as though this does anything to keep guns out of their hands. It only serves to keep guns out of the hands of the people that they are victimizing, and that's wrong.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here. We are over time. I'm going to call the next panel of witnesses. Thank you for your time. Mary Liz, Carol Siegel, Carolyn Shepard, and Karen Chapman. Okay, with Mary Liz, you will have 2 minutes. State any organization you represent. You may proceed.
I'm, I'm representing myself, and it's Mary Liz Calloway. I support this bill and any others that will lower the death toll from gun violence. That is because the King Soopers shooting was a near miss for my family. If the shooter had done a few things differently, my daughter's partner might have been one of the bodies in the parking lot. On that day, the shooter used a modified semi-automatic pistol that he had bought legally at the Eagle's Nest in Arvada. He also had 6 illegal high-capacity magazines. 2 of those magazines held 30 rounds apiece. When he stopped shooting, the first magazine was empty and the second had only 4 bullets left. That's a total of 56 spent rounds. The combination of the semi-automatic pistol and the illegal magazines meant that the shooter was able to kill his victims steadily and easily, only having to make one quick magazine change. Using only publicly available information, it isn't possible to know exactly how many lives might have been saved if the shooter was restricted to a fixed magazine of 15 rounds. One mother testified at the trial that she was counting the shots as she hid, waiting for a reload so that she could escape with her son. And then there was the heroic employee who made 4 trips into the store during the course of the massacre to guide shoppers to safety through the back exit. Might he have gotten more out safely if the shooter had been forced to reload 3 times to get off 56 shots? Would there have been an opening for the police to intervene when they arrived, instead of losing one of their own? We don't know, but the research suggests yes, some lives would have been saved. Colorado needs especially strong laws because of ongoing calamity of mass shootings. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Carol Siegel. You will have 2 minutes. State any organization you represent. You may proceed.
I'm Carol Siegel and I'm representing myself. Thank you. I'm in favor of SB3. I'm a mother, a wife, and a retired pediatrician who spent my career serving 2 different low-income communities in the Denver metro area. I'm well acquainted with the devastation that gun violence has had on many of our communities. Colorado wisely passed a ban on high-capacity magazines in 2013. However, that ban allows the continued legal sale of high-powered military-style firearms, such as AR-15s and AK-47s, that are capable of accepting the banned magazines and have been used in multiple mass shootings in our state, as you just heard. The magazines can easily be legally purchased in all 6 states that border Colorado without a background check, brought across state lines and attached to the weapons legally purchased in Colorado, making them even deadlier. This makes no sense. I too have been fearful and anxious about violence in my community. I was on my way to King Soopers in 2021 when a young man opened fire with an automatic weapon and killed 10 people. I will never forget coming to a stop in the traffic jam, seeing the flashing lights and looking at a woman in the car beside me, clutching her hair with both hands and screaming and screaming. I will also never forget texting with some close friends one night in 2012 while they waited anxiously for their teenage son to call them back from a theater in Aurora where he had gone for a midnight showing of the latest Batman movie. Fortunately, he was not at the Century 16 Theater where, as you know, 12 people died and 58 were injured. Although mass shootings account for fewer deaths than other types of gun violence, the impact on our communities is devastating. I support the passage of HB25-003. I firmly believe this law will help keep our communities safer.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from Carolyn Shepard. You will have 2 minutes. State any organization you represent. You may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Carolyn Shepard. I'm representing myself. I am a retired family physician, and I've spent the last 30 years of my career working with low-income and uninsured patients in Adams County, Boulder County, in Lincoln County, and also in Alamosa County. Like our friends who are sheriffs who are here, we take oaths, and our oath is that we will relieve suffering, whether by treating it or by preventing it, and that's why I'm here. Both of my children, who were millennials, were in high school and had friends at Columbine, sports friends, in 1999. In early 2019, I retired, and in 2020, I unretired and went back to work during the COVID pandemic. On my day off in March of 2021, I went to my local grocery, King Soopers, to buy a gallon of milk, and was there 1 hour before the shooter. My family, who are gun owners, are a 3-generation family from Rio Blanco County, small rural county. They are hunters, and we want you to know that we support Senate Bill 003 because it will enforce existing laws and prevent more suffering. High-capacity magazines and rapid-fire weapons are designed for high lethality, not sport or hunting. The King Soopers shooter purchased legal guns. That's been brought up several times. We ask that you pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, finally, we'll hear from Karen Chapman. You will have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Karen Chapman. I am here representing myself in support of Senate Bill 25-003. I've been fighting for common sense gun laws since Congresswoman Gabby Gifford, her staff and constituents were gunned down in 2011. But my exposure to gun violence began with the Columbine massacre when my youngest child was in kindergarten and his classmates' family sheltered teens running for their lives. That son is an adult now working in law enforcement in the Denver metropolitan area. The danger to officers is so great that Officer Eric Talley sacrificed his life responding to the King Soopers massacre, in which the shooter used high-capacity magazines. An earlier anti-bill witness stated that the lack of accountability for criminals is the biggest risk. I agree that a huge risk is a lack of accountability for the criminals who are selling high-capacity magazines in violation of Colorado, right here in Colorado, and a lack of accountability for the law enforcement officers who admit they tolerate such illegal sales, despite their oath to enforce Colorado law. Senate Bill 25-003 is a critical protection for our law enforcement officers and all the rest of us from the equivalent of weapons of war. These protections against such weapons more than satisfy constitutional requirements. Please protect our most fundamental constitutional right, the right to live instead of being massacred by those who should not have access to high-capacity magazines. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your time and for your testimony. Okay, Joe de Blasio, Mario Ricci, Jake Veith, and Travis Couture Lovelady. Some of those names might be online. I'll call them again. Joe de Blasio, Mario Ricci, Jake Veith, and Travis Couture Lovelady. Okay. I'm going to start going down this witness list then. Christopher Underwood. Michael Zundovich. Michael Graves. Okay, let's start with the witness on my left here, the gentleman in the suit. I can't read your name tag from here, so state your name, any organization you represent, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Travis Couture-Lovelady, representing the National Rifle Association and our members here in Colorado. We stand here today to express our opposition to Senate Bill 25-003, which even after the Senate amendments pose significant concerns for the citizens of Colorado. While the intent to promote public safety is commendable, the amended bill still prevents several issues. Unnecessary burdens on law-abiding citizens, mandating additional training and courses that was existing laws and regulations. This requirement could disproportionately affect individuals in rural areas with limited access to certified training facilities. There's an economic impact that hasn't been talked about much on conservation funding. Firearm industry contributes significantly to conservation efforts through excise taxes from firearm and ammunition sales. Additional barriers to ownership could lead to decreased sales, subsequently reducing funding for vital wildlife conservation programs. There's still ambiguities in implementation, which we still yet to hear quite a bit about with the proposed amendment. There's certainly despite the amendments, the bill will face legal challenges concerning its constitutionality. Similar legislation in other states has been contested, leading to costly legal battles that divert resources for more effective public safety initiatives. While promoting safety is a shared goal, Senate Bill 25-003 impose undue burdens on law-abiding citizens. We urge you to consider more targeted and effective measures that address the root causes of violence without compromising the rights and livelihoods of responsible Coloradans. And I'll certainly stand for questions.
Okay, we'll now hear from Christopher Underwood. You will have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed. Oh, turn on your mic, please, sir.
Yeah, the green light. Okay. Hi, I'm Chris Underwood. I'm a veteran who's seen countries where only the bad people have had guns. I would never wish this on my fellow Americans. The point of mental state can change day to day was a moving truck and do horrible acts of violence. Should we take away driving rights? Murders with knives and blunt objects average around 2,000. Cartel and how they obtained it was an Obama program. And it's a horrible situation. But let's talk about the 1.8 million situations that are stopped by legal gun owners a year. Let's just put a conservative number there that were 4 people around when this situation was stopped. So that brings it up to 7.2 million people, lives, moms, sons, daughters were saved. Dads, lives were saved. Why don't we talk about that? Why don't their lives matter? I got through that a little quicker than I thought.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Michael Zun. We'll hold for questions. We'll now hear from Michael Zundelevich. You will have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Michael Zundelevich. I'm a resident of Lakewood, and I strongly oppose this bill. The bill is fundamentally flawed, logically, constitutionally, and socially. Repeated amendments have created an arbitrary firearms classification and impractical training mandate, and a fiscal shell game to sidestep the state's financial crisis. A major concern is assigning firearms training oversight to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, an agency focused on wildlife conservation and not self-defense training. CPW lacks the expertise for civilian firearm instruction, leading to bureaucratic delays that restrict access to constitutional rights. Sponsors claim this bill won't impact common self-defense handguns, but that's false. Many vulnerable individuals specifically elderly residents and first-time gun owners, depend on blowback-operated handguns for their lower recoil. SB 2503 would ban or indefinitely delay access to these essential firearms, making self-defense nearly impossible. I've personally helped people in need of self-defense guidance, including my 75-year-old mother who fled Nazi and Soviet prosecution and now fears rising anti-Semitism, a female first-time gun owner who wanted a firearm for personal protection but was not comfortable with high recoil, an elderly neighbor who now feels the need for a firearm but struggles with high recoil options. These individuals need firearms specifically designed for their physical limitations, yet this bill restricts or delays their access. This bill is not only unjust, but it's unconstitutional. In Bolin versus Bonta, the U.S. District Court ruled that restrictions on modern firearms without historical precedent violate the Second Amendment. This includes not just the weapons that I mentioned, but also the fixed magazine weapons as well. I ask you to vote no.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from Michael Graves. You will have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed.
My name is Michael Graves. I represent myself and I'm against this bill. And I will start with Title 18 USC Section 241, Conspiracy Against Rights. The statute makes it unlawful for two or more persons to conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person of any state, territory, or district in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him or her by the Constitution of the laws of the United States. This is part of the Civil Rights Code that was written to protect blacks due to the atrocities committed against them after the end of slavery and during the Civil Rights era by the Ku Klux Klan, who worked diligently to keep blacks from having constitutional right, protections, and civil rights. They perfected the term public safety to keep the Negro from owning firearms by any means. This is my birth certificate. I was born in Selma, Alabama in 1962 before Martin Luther King marched there, and my race on this document states colored. Can anybody in this chamber state the same? The state of Colorado has a dark past in regards to civil rights. You're a nobody in politics unless you're a part of the Klan. Lots of streets, neighborhoods, and the airport were named after Klan members not very long ago in this city. The Second Amendment is a civil right, and my heritage had earned that civil right, along with every minority in this room. I'm retired law enforcement with 32 years of service. My last position was with the Denver District Attorney's Office as a senior investigator to help establish the firearms relinquishment program, which followed the Constitution and not the version as written and passed by this House, which is a civil rights violation. I also did the first red flag case in the state. All current gun laws are unconstitutional in the state as written, and that's why the sheriffs refuse to enforce them. There are no Negroes anymore. It's just we the people where race is not considered and civil rights for all, as Martin Luther King dreamed. This House has failed the citizens of Colorado in regards to crime, punishment, and mental health. The threat is not the Klan anymore. It is those individuals and organizations who work diligently to restrict or eliminate the Second Amendment, thus violating Title 18. The law abiding is not who you direct your focus on for punishment for criminal behavior. Thank you. I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Rep. Espinoza.
This is to the gentleman from the NRA. I just want to know, how much does an AR-15 cost?
Mr. Couture, Lovelady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, there's a broad range you could find. They probably find something for $500-600, or maybe a little cheaper if it had too many on the shelves. But the sky's the limit as far as the top end of that. You could find some really nice specialty items with some intricate, carvings and such that would be thousands of dollars. So it's hard to pin that down for sure.
I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Rep. Espinoza.
Thank you. I guess so economically, an individual would have to have at least $500 or up to $2,000 to be purchasing a weapon. Is that correct?
Mr. Couture, Lovelady.
Yes, that's correct. You'd have to have the finances to purchase a firearm.
Okay. Any further questions? Any other questions for members of this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your time and for your testimony. Rhiannon Danborn, Brooke McKenna, Mark Harris, and Eric Nelson. Is Eric Nelson online by chance? Okay. And we know Mark Harris? Who do we have in the room that wants to testify in support of this bill that has not had the chance yet? Could you please raise your hands? Okay. In support. Okay, I see two hands. Can you please come forward? And sir, to be clear, I said in support of the bill. Not to judge by your shirt, but okay. All right, great. Okay, we will start with our witness to my left. If you will please state your name and the organization you represent, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rhiannon Danborn, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Denver chapter of Team Enough. I'm a student at the University of Colorado Boulder and have lived in Colorado for my entire life. I'm also a member of the National Executive Council of Team Enough, the youth-led initiative of the Brady campaign. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today in support of SB3. I have grown up as part of Generation Lockdown, a generation that has only ever known the consequences and ensuing fear of mass school shootings. All too often, these tragedies have involved a semi-automatic weapon and a high-capacity magazine, such as was the case in a high school in Parkland, Florida, and an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. The fear brought on by these weapons is not unique to my experience as a student. I have also grown up in Colorado, where these weapons have been responsible for some of the deadliest acts of gun violence in our state, despite the high-capacity magazine ban that Colorado wisely enacted in 2013. There are multiple tragic examples of this ban being evaded in Colorado, including in the Boulder King Supers shooting in 2021 and the Club Q shooting in 2022. As both a resident of Colorado and a member of the gun violence prevention movement, I have witnessed firsthand the lasting impact of these tragedies on our state's community. I attended a vigil following the Club Q shooting and mourned not only the loss of 5 lives, but the loss of what before was a safe space for celebrating love and joy. In just the past week, I spoke to classmates and a professor of mine at CU Boulder who shared how their lives were changed forever when they happened to be at their local grocery store in Boulder at the wrong time on the wrong day. I have grieved for my peers in my community which have experienced acute loss because of access to these weapons, and have watched as my community has done the same. This grief is and has been Colorado's reality and will continue to be unless you take decisive action. On behalf of Team Enough, I respectfully urge the committee to support SB3 and help make Colorado safer for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And if you will state your name and the organization you represent, you'll have 2 minutes to testify. You may proceed.
My name is Cheryl Wilson, and I'll be brief. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but I started testifying in 2015. My opening line was law-abiding. Everyone is law-abiding till the time they're not. And that goes for every person in this room. You hear about people who have committed a murder, and people will say, oh, well, we didn't see that coming. So again, law-abiding. We cannot look at other people and know they will not be law-abiding the next day. So also, I'm from a country that does not have this type of gun violence. And what is the difference? It's a propensity of guns on the streets. And they get stolen, whatever. It's just, this won't get solved the way we're going, but trying to keep any guns off the street would help.
Thank you. All right, and to the gentleman at the end, if you will state your name, any organization you represent, and you will have 2 minutes.
Certainly. Thank you very much. My name is Justin Green. I am the owner of SDS Guns in Colorado Springs. I'm an FFL holder, an SOT, and I employ about 10 families. I would like to sponsor for the insane uptick in sales that I have seen recently. And
All right, Mr.
the
Green,
ability-
Mr. Green, this panel of witnesses is supposed to be panel.
Oh yeah,
witnesses
I'm
in-
absolutely. You've changed my mind during this committee. I am absolutely for this bill. You're going to put me out of business early, right? So I can retire. My wife does not want me doing this anymore. She would like to open an ice cream shop, and you're giving me that opportunity. I would also like to thank you for ignoring.
Okay, if you would
the
like to
Second Circuit
testify
Court's-
against the bill as a parody, I will call you up on the next panel of witnesses, okay? I appreciate that you're trying to make a point as a parody, but I want, out of respect for these other witnesses, to give them a chance to answer questions. I will call you up on the
Thank
next
you, sir.
panel. Okay. Do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your time. Okay, Mr. Green, if you would like to come back up. And Alicia Garcia, Scott Shamblin, and Hunter Kalo.
Hey, you want to sit down and come back up?
Okay, Mr. Green, you may proceed. State any organization you represent, and you'll get your full 2 minutes.
Once again, Justin Green, SDS Guns, Colorado Springs, Colorado. I am the legislative chair of the Pikes Peak Firearms Coalition, and I'm also a proud member of the NSSF and the CFFLA. I do actually oppose this bill as written, but I do once again want to thank the sponsors for the insane uptick in sales that we've seen. To answer prior questions, yes, I sell used AR-15s for $350, tax included. I sell brand new AR-15s for $450, tax included. This is a tax on the poor. These people can barely afford these firearms to protect themselves, and now you're going to force them to pay a fee for their Second Amendment right. The FOIA card was ruled unconstitutional for a second or third time in the Second Circuit Court on 210 because they're charging a fee. The state of Colorado cannot attest or apply a fee to this licensing. It needs to be removed. Along with that, we have a background check system in place. We have laws that have already been passed to address this. You passed laws last year that have not even gone into effect yet. If you allow 1 year time to pass and you come back to this chamber next year and you wait and you see what the effect of those laws have had, you will not have a need for this bill as written. This bill is flawed for a multitude of reasons, which have already been clearly stated here today. But it is incredibly frustrating to sit in front of you people who you cannot be convinced otherwise. Why don't you take a minute, come down and actually visit a gun store, go visit the people you're trying to regulate before you regulate them. You do this constantly, and it's not just with firearms industry, it's across the entire state. Listen to your constituents, come walk a mile before you judge us and before you pass these laws down upon us. Thank you, and I'll stand by for questioning.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from Alicia Garcia. You will have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed.
My name is, all right. My name is Alicia Garcia. I am a co-owner of a company called the Second Syndicate, a grassroots organization for the Second Amendment here in Colorado. I'm also the secretary of the CFFLA. I am here in complete opposition of this bill. You know, there's a lot of things that I could sit here and say to try to convince you. First, you know, I'm Latina, I'm female. This is my great equalizer. This is what guarantees my safety every time I leave my home. This is what guarantees me to be a protector of people like yourself, of the children, of the society, every time that I leave my home. You know, we're not talking about the marginalized individuals that this is going to affect. And as a community, I'm looking on this panel here, and, you know, most of these reps aren't even looking at me while I'm speaking to them. I'm just like you. For 10 years of my life, I had a girlfriend. And you know how many times we were followed home? We were threatened to be raped and beaten. And she was just as small as me. Do you think we're going to defend ourselves against 3 men that want to follow us home, that are insulted by the fact that we're in relationship? Do you think that they're going to be worried if we're going to be able to fight back? You know what keeps them worried? Being armed, being able to level that playing field, letting them know that, you know what, you don't have to like my way of life. You don't have to agree with how I live, but you know what you have to do? Respect my freedom, because I'm guaranteed that as a child of God. I'm guaranteed that as an American citizen. The Second Amendment doesn't guarantee my ability to carry a gun. It guarantees my ability to resist tyranny and to say no. And we all deserve that right. These laws are rooted in racism and bigotry and hatred. And one thing I want to remind you too is you just passed an excise tax on guns and ammo. How are you going to make money for your excise tax if there are no guns and no ammo?
Thank you. We'll now hear from Scott Shamlin. You will have 2 minutes. State and the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Scott Shamblin. I represent myself and I oppose this bill. To legislate effectively, you must understand the definition of words, something many today like to manipulate. From Samuel Johnson's Dictionary of the English Language, 1785 edition, so we're closest to the time of the framing. To regulate means to keep in order. Translation, well organized, not meaning to create arbitrary regulations. The guns this bill infringes upon may be necessary for women in domestic violence situations. Ladies, if he lies to you, doesn't respect your privacy, wastes your money, forces you to pay off his debt, starts unnecessary fights, wants to monitor your bank account, credit card purchases, tries to say you and your children are his property, that's not your man, that's the Colorado state government. As Mao Zedong once said, all political power comes from the barrel of a gun. The Communist Party must command all the guns. That way, no guns can ever be used to command the party. Another quote from the 1940s, this year will go down in history. For the first time, a civilized nation has full gun registration. Our streets will be safer, our police more efficient, and the world will follow our lead into the future. This was said after all guns were removed from the streets of Germany, not allowing Jews, blacks, or any others arbitrarily deemed inferior to possess the fundamental human right to self-defense. Perhaps they could have paid a large fee and taken an unreasonably inaccessible class, and then they could have been permitted an indulgence, permit. I invite you to join me in a word of petition. Dear government, give us this day our daily bread line and forgive us our thought crimes as we pay our FICA. Lead us into deep taxation and deliver us from dead naming. For thine is the citizen, the power, and the mail-in voting forever. Amen and amen.
Okay, now we will hear from Hunter Kalil. You will have 2 minutes. State and the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Cool. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Hunter Kale. I'm a competitive shooter who has represented our country across the world in many different shooting disciplines, despite being born without hands. Through determination, innovation, and the support of the shooting community, I've developed techniques and tools that allow me to safely and effectively operate firearms. Because of this, I have built a career that supports my livelihood, inspires others, proving that there are no physical limitation has to define or limit one's success. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 003 because it creates unnecessary barriers that harm individuals like me, adaptive shooters who rely on freedom to train and innovate with firearms. More importantly, requiring a permit to own a firearm is both illogical and unconstitutional. The Second Amendment guarantees the right to keep and bear arms. This is not a privilege that should require government approval. No other constitutional right, such as free speech or due process, requires a permit before it can be exercised. This bill turns a fundamental right into a government-regulated privilege. Additionally, permit requirements have historically led to arbitrary and discriminatory denials, disproportionately affecting marginalized groups, including people with disabilities. As a firearms trainer, match director of one of Colorado's biggest shooting matches, and soon-to-be father, this bill threatens to strip away everything I've worked for while doing nothing to stop criminals who, by definition, do not follow the law. Firearms have given me confidence, opportunity, and a level playing field. This bill would restrict my ability to access the specialized equipment I rely on to compete, provide for my family, and even defend myself. These tools are not luxuries, they are necessities. I urge you to reject Senate Bill 003 and instead pursue legislation that respects both public safety and the rights of responsible gun owners, including those of us who are differently abled. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't a question. I just wanted to thank the gentleman at the end there who just testified for your thoughtful and respectful testimony.
Thank you. Thank you. Committee members, other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, the next set of witnesses I'm going to call are online. Susan Long, Christy Burton, Emily Golding, Stella Kay, and Alexander Cisneros. The other two are on. Okay. Let's see. Is Bobby Paulson online? Okay, promote Bobby Paulson. And Depesh Bhatia. Depesh Bhatia. Okay, let's start with Susan Long. You will have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Susan Long. I live on the Front Range and I'm representing myself, and I ask you to support HB25-003. Abusers, incels, and future murderers should not have immediate access to terribly lethal weapons of war. Coloradans who have a warped desire, sorry, I have a sick kid at home. Coloradans who have a warped desire to fire deadly weapons for fun should first learn how to fire those weapons. Detachable magazines that rapidly fire dozens of people can kill dozens of people quickly. And at least 8 out of the 10 highest casualty mass shootings involve semi-automatic weapons and a high capacity magazine. This is why I'm urging you to support this bill. Unlike one of the committee members suggested earlier, I do not want to train my children to use weapons to kill. Children should not be asked to prevent their classmates' deaths. Instead, prevent mass shootings by limiting access to these weapons, but to responsible gun owners who securely store their firearms. Gun owners' rights to deadly weapons do not count more than students' rights to a peaceful education, concert goers' rights to a fun night out, parade goers' rights to a 4th of July celebration, nor the public's right to a peace of mind. Please support this bill.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from Christy Burton. You will have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed. We can't hear you. I think you're still muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the House Judiciary Committee. My name is Christy Burton. I'm testifying on behalf of Colorado Faith Community United to End Gun Violence. My credentials are, I come from a gun-owning Colorado family. I have butchered and frozen hundreds of pounds of elk and deer. I learned about gun safety in high school, and I firmly believe this is not a Second Amendment issue. This is a 21st century problem that is addressing an impact of semi-automatic weapons on human life. In mass shootings, the number of people shot is 6 times higher than firearms of the past. Incidents of mass violence and terrorism present a unique challenge to the communities which they occur. These incidents require a coordinated cross-section approach among federal, state, local government institutions and communities. We do not have to choose between the Second Amendment and preventing mass shootings. We can have both. There are increased number of extremist groups that have leveraged our weak open carry laws and have leveraged our lack of law enforcement enforcing the rules that are already in place. So we need to start paying attention to those things. Considering these facts, I'm supporting Bill 003. It's a reasonable compromise to the bill that was last year. It's a viable solution to stop mass shootings of people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from Depesh Bhatia. You will have 2 minutes. State the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Depesh Bhatia, and I live in Douglas County. I'm here as a father and a concerned citizen to express my support for SB 003. In 2019, when my daughter was in first grade, her school, STEM at Highlands Ranch, became the site of an horrific shooting. I will never forget the image of her standing on the footpath, arms raised, waiting for the bus to bring her back to us. That day, I was terrified she wouldn't make it home. While my daughter survived, the fear I felt that day has never left me. Now she grows older and gains independence in a couple of years. I worry every time she goes out on her own, whether it is to the movies, the grocery store, or a concert. I fear the possibility of someone armed with the same weapons used in tragedies like the Boulder grocery store, Club Q, the Aurora Theater, and the last week's concert being there too. This is not the world I want for my daughter. No parent should live with this constant fear. High-capacity magazines and rapid-fire devices are not for self-defense. They are tools of mass destruction. For the safety of our children and communities, we must act now. And I urge you to vote yes for this bill. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. All right, finally, we'll hear from Alexander Cisneros. You will have 2 minutes. State the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Chair, members of the committee, I'm Alexander Cisneros. I'm an undergraduate at the University of Colorado Boulder and the president of its Students Demand Action chapter, and I urge you to support this bill. Many of the weapons with detachable magazines covered by this bill are frequently used in serious crimes that threaten the public. A 2017 study in the Journal of Urban Health found that high-capacity semi-automatic weapons typically account for 22 to 36% of crime guns, with this rising as high as 40% for more serious crimes, such as murders of police. It makes sense that these weapons are used in more serious crimes because of the ability to accept high-capacity magazines. These magazines amplify the destructive potential these weapons already have. That's why of 115 public mass shootings from 1982 to October 2022, where the magazine capacity is known, high-capacity magazines were used in 63% of them. When high-capacity magazines were not used, the average number of fatalities was 6 and the average number of injuries 3. With high-capacity magazines, the average number of fatalities is 10 and the average number of injuries is 16. While Colorado recognized the danger and prohibited magazines that carry over 15 rounds, Coloradans are only partly protected from this danger, while weapons that can accept these magazines are easily proliferated. This bill sets up safeguards to make sure that the people who purchase these firearms are responsible and well-trained, and make sure that the public is protected from these weapons being abused while not posing a significant burden to purchasers. Please support this bill.
Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your time. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next, let's call up Melissa Flanell, Mark Olson, Jason Spedding, Tyler Smith, Kevin McPeak, Spencer Adams, let's see, Eric Worst, Frank Leonards, Adam DeCamp, all right, how about the gentleman in the back who is wearing the hoodie who was coming forward earlier? Why don't you come forward? Okay, and we'll promote Joseph de Blasio online. Okay, let's start with the gentleman on my left. If you'll state your name, any organization you represent, you'll have 2 minutes and you may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Smith, and I'm an El Paso County resident. I'm representing myself. Since 2013, lawmakers in Colorado have implemented gun law after gun law. Instead of Colorado becoming safer, it has become more dangerous. We're the sixth most regulated state in the country, and yet we rank third in the most dangerous of states. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. There are better ways to go about handling gun violence in our schools than the general public. HB25-003 is not going to stop violence from happening to kids or adults. This will only impede law-abiding citizens from purchasing life-saving tools. Criminals will still gain possession of firearms. They will still commit crimes and atrocities. Simply put, if someone wants a gun bad enough, they will find a way to get one. My mother is a retired social worker. She worked for Child Protective Services for over 20 years. Abusing children is not only horrific, but also illegal. Her life has been threatened, and she was even stalked by one of the parents she was investigating. At this point in her life, she had never owned a firearm. This law would have made where a single mother of 3 would need to come up with the money not only to pay for the training, the classes, but also the government permission slip and fees. It would then leave her defenseless for the months until her paperwork was approved in order for her to purchase a firearm. If you vote yes on SB 25-003, you are putting people like my mother in direct danger. This bill will ultimately cost millions of taxpayer dollars in court filings. Its constitutionality. Chicago is a perfect example of why this law will do nothing to prevent gun violence. Voting no on this bill should be common sense. Just be aware that there are plenty of organizations that are all represented here, including RMGO, CO, FFLA, We the Second, 2A Syndicate, and many others that are ready to set up primaries and make sure that this mark will follow you if you vote yes on this bill for the rest of your careers, how short they may be. Thank you. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go down the line. State any organization you represent and your name, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Casey. I own organizations. I'm a father of 3. One of my children has severe autism. It is something that scares me, thinking about situations about how I would be able to protect him in a situation where we needed to defend ourselves. My middle child is a girl. She also likewise is going to grow up and possibly have to live in a world where she's going to have to fight to defend for herself. My wife, I feel the same for. This is a very important thing to me. I hope you take into account that protecting the Constitution and the rights of the citizens that you represent is your only job. In my opinion, American citizens have put undue stress on their legislators to protect their sense of safety rather than their rights, and it's unfair to you that we have done that. It's not the job of the government to ensure acute safety or comfort of its citizens. That's the responsibility of the citizens themselves and it's a part of the price of being a free human being. Please understand that I want you to vote based on the law of our land and the job you were charged to do, which is to protect the sanctity and the structure of our government and its citizens' rights. I do not want you to vote based on emotions or the weight of irresponsible citizens attempting to charge you with a job that you are not charged with. Protect our rights and please protect our nation.
Thank you. The gentleman in the blue shirt, if you'll state your name and any organization you represent, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, Kevin McPeak. Just want to point out supporters of this bill always neglect the fact that of all firearm homicide circumstances preceding death in Colorado between 2016 and 2020, 25% were justifiable self-defense. This means that 343 Coloradans lawfully with a gun used a firearm to save themselves and or others. There have been 20 new gun control laws in the last 5 years, and we now have an A- Gifford score. Yet, according to the latest FBI data, violent crime rates are down 8.1% nationally since 2017, except in 12 states. Coloradans have experienced the second fastest increase in violent crime rates in the nation, up 26.2% since 2017. 20 new gun control bills were up 26% in violent crime. If this bill passes, it would also be a massive sink of time and resources on CPW, while Colorado faces $1 billion budget deficit. Firearm registration and enforcement of such is a complete diversion of what CPW's intended operations and mission is. The firearm classes CPW currently teaches are entirely directed at hunters, not for individuals who are looking to get these proposed new permits or their firearms. They are not even marksmanship courses. Getting one's hunter safety card has nothing to do with an individual gaining access to firearms. There is already such a demand for classes that they teach that they can't meet the current demand, even with large volunteer base and the option of taking a majority of classes online. CPW does not have the staff or the infrastructure that would be needed to fulfill the demand that would be created to meet the requirements. Vote no.
Thank you. All right, and to the gentleman on the end, if you'll state any organization you represent and your name, you'll have 2 minutes and you may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Olson. I'm representing myself as well as the employees and customers of Blue Court Shooting Center. I am here to urge you to vote no against this bill. This bill puts an undue burden upon private citizens and their right to defend themselves. Yes, a lot of people have said it seems like an inconvenience, but when you have to stack this inconvenience against other inconveniences where a lot of Americans right now are working multiple jobs to make ends meet, it doesn't make sense to make them pay more to defend themselves. As well as right now, in order to buy guns and ammunition, that is already being regulated more with a higher tax incentive to help also force good, honest Americans from providing protection for themselves and their families. If Americans have to choose between taking a 12-hour class to get a card to deem them safe enough to carry a gun or going to watch their kids' soccer or football games, I think that is an unnecessary choice to put against Americans when they're spending the rest of their full time working 2 jobs to make ends meet right now on top of that. I strongly urge you to vote no just for the financial impact this will have against your constituents and my fellow Americans as we sit. On top of that, a lot of law enforcement agencies cannot keep up with training, and federal agencies. I teach this as a nationally instructor with both federal entities and state entities across the entire country. Most of them we gift free classes to and spots to because they cannot afford it. If government entities that are funded by the taxpayer cannot afford to send officers to get better firearms or arrest techniques when it starts to come to handheld or hands-on arrest measures, how can you expect American citizens that are not funded by other American citizens to be able to keep up with this level of proficiency? You guys are asking an undue burden on them. And again, I strongly urge you to vote no against this bill.
Thank you. Committee members, we have questions for this panel of witnesses. Rep. Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't remember the first gentleman's name, but Mr. Smith or the second one, both of you talked about the need to protect your wives and your families. And I guess my question is, what is it in this bill in particular that you think takes away the right to obtain a concealed carry weapon that would allow for the protection you're talking about, unless that weapon is an AR-15?
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. So it's not just about training in this bill. They talks about how a magazine has to be attached to the firearm. If you've ever had to try to clear a malfunction in the weapon, even a pistol, first step, everyone should know this if you've ever touched a gun, is you remove the magazine. Is that what you're asking?
No.
Rep. Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was specifically, your wife or your family member can still get a concealed carry weapon under this bill unless you can point to something in the bill that tells me that they can't. Can you show me where in this bill the protections that you're asking?
I'm not saying that she wouldn't, I'll use my mother. I was talking about my mother. It's not that she wouldn't be able to lawfully. The question would be, she would have to come up with the funds to pay for all of this. Again, you're saying lawfully, but what if she can't afford to do that? I'm answering your question.
Rep. Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just say one more time, or maybe I'll indicate that there's nothing in the law that would preclude a person from getting the same kind of weapon they can get today to conceal carry a weapon, because this only applies to different kinds of weapons that I'm not sure your mother is carrying around an AR-15. She would only need to go through this training in this class if she's going to get an AR-15. If she wants another weapon to protect herself, that doesn't change under this law unless you can show me something that would make sure that it does.
Whoever, Mr. McPeak, did you want to chime in? I thought I saw you raise your hand. Casey, I'm sorry, we didn't get your last name. I want to be respectful, but you just said Casey, so.
Yeah, I do believe that it might not preclude my wife or my daughter from being able to carry a permit. However, it does preclude them from being able to get them the best tools possible for protecting themselves. It is agreed upon in some circles that the AR-15 is one of the best weapons to do that with. This bill would directly stop them from being able to do that. Also, as far as what he was alluding to with the safety aspect of things, there's a whole another level of training and proficiency that is required when you have a gun that does not have a detachable magazine. When there are malfunctions in a weapon system, the first order of operations is to remove the source of ammunition. If you have a weapon that is designed to have a detachable magazine, and you change that design to make it to where the magazine is not removable, clearing malfunctions can become very dangerous.
It's on page
Rep. Espinoza.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I guess so in terms of that question, wouldn't the training be necessary if we have fixed magazines to ensure that people properly know how to load and unload those weapons? Wouldn't the training be helpful?
Yeah, absolutely. Training would be very helpful for that. It costing money or being a requirement before you're allowed to purchase a weapon is, first off, it's unconstitutional. Second off, it's not helpful.
Those weapons also don't exist.
Okay, any further questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, Spencer Adams, Frank Lenartz, Eric Wurst, Adam DeCamp, Joshua Benz, Paul Cherry, yep, Eric Ward, yep. Okay, let's start with the gentleman to my left. Please state your name, any organization you represent. You will have 2 minutes and you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the members of the committee. My name is Joshua Benz, and I'm here representing myself. I appreciate your time in allowing me to sit in here today, allowing us to air our grievances on the opposition of this bill. You do not need a certain political affiliation to defend yourself. Colorado's crime rate is rated 8th in the nation overall, 3rd in the nation for auto theft, and 4th in the nation for property crime. As an individual who has suffered from a triple hernia repair, I find it incredibly difficult to accept that you are trying to make it next to impossible to exercise my human right and basic instinct to protect myself, along with my vulnerable wife and child, any woman or child for that matter. My wife is a recovering mother from a cesarean surgery. As a firsthand witness, I've seen what such things can do to a woman. I know that we are not the only people dealing with some type of physical disability and hope to never encounter a life or death situation where our Second Amendment is vital to our survival. Heaven forbid I need to actually use a firearm to protect myself or a loved one. I've traveled to numerous countries around the world and met citizens of which who are less fortunate than we are, those who do not have a Second Amendment ingrained in their constitutions as we do ours. Places where people are stabbed, beaten, or run over by a vehicle. Violence is always committed by a person, not a bat, knife, box cutter, machete, a vehicle. All this bill is going to do is strip the right from law-abiding citizens. It absolutely will not clean up the streets of crime. The good guys will be the ones to suffer. This bill will do nothing but affect those who follow the law. What you're trying to do is wrong.
Thank you. Next witness over. State your name and the organization you represent. You will have 2 minutes.
Chair, members of the committee, my name is Paul Cherry. I represent ARC Tactical and FFL in Lakewood, and we oppose this bill. Our community is growing. There's been a huge surge of marginalized groups coming to the store, women, LGBT, minorities, all arming themselves against rising crime and political fears. These aren't gun nuts, they're people seeking safety in uncertain times. This bill discriminates against these groups by restricting sale of the most popular firearms with the most modern safety features to only those who can afford the time and money to secure permission from the state, disproportionately affecting low-income and marginalized groups. Consider this: a single mother from a minority community living and working in a high-crime area visited us recently after a break-in. Barely able to stretch her budget, we were able to get her a gun and a safe, providing her much-needed peace of mind. Her story reflects a growing trend. This bill says, sorry, you can't protect yourself now. First, you have to go pay a bunch of fees for training and fingerprinting to see if the state thinks you deserve permission to pay more fees to take a 12-hour course. And in a few months, you can submit another background check and wait a few more days, and maybe then you can protect your family. The amendment to shift Colorado Parks to Colorado Parks and Wildlife is a shady Tabor dodge. By using their exempt enterprise fund to collect fees without voter approval, you're subverting taxpayer rights. Courts have already shot down these claims. It also gives them a may issue authority, which Bruin specifically says you cannot do. People come to our store to acquire a gun legally and rely on our expertise to navigate the convoluted legal mess you've created. 20 plus new gun laws in 5 years hasn't dented crime. In fact, it's the opposite. Violent crime has spiked 32% in the same amount of time, according to CBI. And although federal courts keep saying you can't do that, Colorado says, hold my beer. These laws always have unintended consequences. After the new 3-day waiting period, people can now buy fully automatic AR-15s faster than they can buy a semi-automatic because of the NFA wait times. 03 threatens small businesses and vulnerable Coloradans, and I urge you to vote no.
Okay, now we'll hear from Eric Wart. You will have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me here today. My name is Eric Wart. I'm representing myself and my family and my dog. I live in Aurora. And I came into the pro-Second Amendment community about 20 years ago when I was held up at gunpoint at Colfax and Sable. I currently live near 225 in Mississippi. And, well, there's a lot of people that hang out around near the fence line to my apartment complex. They do drugs, illegal drugs like fentanyl and other things. And, well, one of these days it's going to get turned violent. With that being said, all of the soft on crime policies that this chamber has passed and the Senate has passed has made it so that these people will not be stopped by the law. So this bill puts forward a permit to purchase with classes that you must pass at over 90%. Let's take this to other things. Colorado seems to think that abortion is a right. What if you have to take a class, pass a test, 90%, get permission from the state in order to get an abortion? How about to vote? How about to speak freely like we are today? These are concerns that I have. If you're going to do this, it's a slippery slope that can be used to other rights, such as even a jury trial. So with that being said, all gun control is rooted in racism. And this one is also not only rooted in racism, but it's also rooted in classism. If you have the means to protect yourself, you're allowed. If you do not have the means, oh well, such as you, such is life. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you. And to the gentleman on the end, I state your name and any organization you represent. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Frank Lenners. I'm here from Fort Collins representing myself. I'm here because I believe a yes vote today betrays the very values you promised to your constituents. This bill is not about public safety. It's about burdening the law-abiding and expanding the power of the state in ways that disproportionately harm the very communities you vowed to uplift. Gun control laws, including this one, have a long and troubling history of disproportionately affecting marginalized groups. Even when not explicitly racist, they inevitably fall hardest on vulnerable communities that you as lawmakers have pledged to support. Who will be hurt the most if you vote yes today? Here's some potential examples. A single mother in Denver trying to protect herself and her family and her children from an abusive ex. A farmer in Pueblo guarding livestock from predators. Or a dreamer in Aurora seeking security from gang violence. These are the very people you claim to fight for. These are the very people who selected you at the ballot box to be their representative. They are also a part of the fastest growing group of gun owners here in the country. So a yes vote will punish them, layering on excessive fees, bureaucratic red tape, financial hurdles, and unexpected legal troubles, all in the middle of our state's affordability and security crisis. I believe you all stand for fairness, opportunity, justice. You fight for working families, for equity in the legal system, and for communities' right to thrive, not just survive. But HB 25-003 is a complete reversal of these honorable and just principles. With that, I urge you to please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, I think we've tried a few times to get Joe de Blasio online, if Joe de Blasio is online. And then, oh, okay.
I'm going to be Joe today.
Okay. Sean Steele. Raka Collins.
Oh my God, that's your name? That's how they say your name? No, that's.
And actually, Ms. Garcia, if there is somebody else in the audience who hasn't testified yet who could do this, this is actually something that came up in another committee. Of the way that I will, well, that would read Mr. de Blasio's testimony. This is something that came up in another committee, and I want to keep things consistent. Every person can come up once, but I'm not going to let somebody come up and read somebody else's testimony that would therefore let them come up twice. So, and I'm going to apply that rule across the board no matter what side somebody is on. So if you want to read somebody else's testimony, that's the only time that you can come up. Okay. And Dale Ruggles should be online. Okay, and then do we have Edgar Antolin? Steve Allard? Okay, Missy Espinoza? Okay, let's start with Missy Espinoza. You will have 2 minutes. State any organization you represent. And
Missy
you may proceed.
Espinoza, representing myself. Insert fact. 30-round mags are a standard accessory. Insert second fact. My father is illiterate, doesn't speak English. He hasn't been able to take the hunter safety course because of that. Testimony. An appointed official, huh? Not only do you want to force us to pay to exercise our rights, but someone who is not elected will decide if he feels like we should be able to. About a third of the legislators are not elected to write our laws, like Lorena Garcia on the corner over there. You can find a post comment saying she'd love to ban all guns and take away our taxpayer bill of rights. She fights for that every day. Same person who made sure there's a holiday celebrating abortion, celebrating the slaughter of innocents. Mabry here voted no last year on harsher sentencing for the monsters that sell or buy children for sex. There's a similar bill being heard tomorrow. Let's see how he votes on that. They do not care about safety. And today we will know if they care about civil rights. We will see if they are oppressors. A vote yes means you are the oppressors. My people, capital P, run for legislator, aim for their jobs. Let's take back our representation, undo the damage they have done to our liberty and our beautiful home and the children's minds. You are trying to make me, a poor citizen who can't afford this, an oppressed class, and into a criminal. Have sheriffs come execute me in my home. And to that, I say, fuck you, no.
Okay, if we could try to be respectful, I understand, and I said this at the top.
Freedom of speech.
I said this at the top. Yes, of course, we all have freedom of speech, but I'm just saying, if we could try to be respectful, people have passionate opinions on either side of this. I'm doing my best respectful to every witness on every side of this. And so I will reiterate my call for people to please be respectful and talk about the issue in front of us. Next gentleman over, if you could state your name, any organization you represent. You'll have 2 minutes. You may proceed.
Hola, mi nombre es Edgar Antillón. Yo soy el fundador de Armas para Todos, or Guns for Everyone in inglés. Guns for Everyone National is a national organization that certifies firearms instructors. We've instructed over 100,000 students in the state of Colorado alone. We do operate internationally, having instructors, again, all over the world. I myself do classes in Mexico as well. Mis padres vinieron a este país para huir de las cosas que estaban sucediendo en México y no para que este país sea igual que México. Yo sé que la mayoría de ustedes no me entienden y no saben lo que estoy diciendo aquí, pero por eso lo quiero hacer en español, para que entiendan que esto no nada más es para los güeros, que no nada más es para la gente blanca, sino que esto está afectando a las personas que vienen de otros países, está afectando a las personas que hablan español, que no entienden el inglés, que vienen a este país para una vida mejor. My organization, Guns for Everyone National, is not part of the Cool Kids Club. We're not part of we don't get invited to the dinners with the people on my right-hand side. We don't do any of that, because my responsibility is to the community. We have instructed over 100,000 students. Many of them cannot afford it, so we do it for free. Jump online. We do all of our training for free. Why? Because there's a lot of humans that can't afford the holster, the ammunition, the class. On top of that, the fees and the taxes and the background checks, it's a lot of burden for these individuals. It does affect my community. That's why I'm here speaking in their defense. I can also talk to how testing has affected the way people learn. What you required last year is now affecting the way my students get to learn and actually interact in class. It's something that I don't think you guys have thought about. I'd like to believe that you're not doing it on purpose, but your actions speak otherwise.
Okay, next witness over. You'll have 2 minutes. State your name, any organization you represent. You may proceed.
Hello, my name is Ro Collins. I'm the co-owner of Spartan Defense and proud supporter of the Second Syndicate. My journey with firearms started in 2008 when I was vice president of my college. After a spike in assaults on campus, we gathered enough signatures to allow carry on campus, giving students a way to protect themselves. But for me, this is personal. I was raised by a single mother who taught me the importance of self-protection early on. As part Native American, my family knows what it's like to be vulnerable and unprotected. Generations before me lived in poverty and suffered abuse from having less superior weapons to protect themselves. Today, I'm blessed to break that cycle, and I've dedicated my life to helping others do the same. As Spartan Defense, we offer more than products. We offer peace of mind to single parents, women, and anyone who feels overlooked by the system meant to protect them. Yet new legislation will delay law-abiding citizens, especially college students, from protecting themselves. My grandmother once asked me, why can't our government protect our kids when there are 5 military bases in Colorado? Additionally, we should be educating and empowering our teachers to protect our children. If they can pass laws that limit our business, what's to stop them from hurting other businesses? Spartan Defense alone pays over $30,000 monthly in tax revenue. Imagine the impact of 3,000 FFLs across Colorado. And with El Paso County no longer accepting CHP appointments for the rest of the year, are we prepared for 2.7 million gun owners needing these classes? This isn't about politics, it's about people, families like mine who deserve the right to safety and security regardless of their background, about communities who believe in thoughtful, fair governance that respects both safety and freedom. Vote no against this bill to be the one to blame when tragedy occurs to your people and businesses across the state suffer. The reason I am here is because I want to ensure that my future generation has the ability to protect themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and to the witness on the end, I understand you're going to be reading somebody else's testimony, but if we could still get your name and any organization you represent.
Yeah, my name is Elizabeth Ship.
And is your microphone on? Just want to make sure we all can
Looks
hear you.
on.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
My name is Elizabeth Shipler and I represent myself. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the General Assembly. My name is Joseph DiBiaso. I'm here today to represent myself. I am honored to be here and I hope that you will consider my testimony when debating this bill. I'm a constituent of HD61 and SD27. I serve as the vice president of a small metro district and I find myself more active in Colorado politics by the day. I can give all the reasons why I'm opposed to this bill today, but there is one issue that I care about the most, the fiscal note. When this bill was first introduced, it was accompanied with a $0 fiscal note. But this is not where we stand today. Our state is facing a $1.2 billion budget shortfall and institutions around the state are feeling the crunch. In the technical note section of the fiscal note, there is a procedure that requires CPW to pass an amendment giving the state access to the funds required to fund this bill. The bill will use the Wildlife Cash Fund for an allocation of $1,255,000 to cover expenses in the Firearms Training and Safety Course Cash Fund. Depriving funds to cover the management of wildlife and wildlife habitats, backcountry search and rescue operations, compensations for livestock losses due to gray wolves, and other wildlife activities. I'm asking moderate members of the committee consider the financial strain this bill will add to the Colorado budget crisis. I also am asking the members of the committee to consider the fact that this bill has been formed into a hodgepodge of different ideas that are not completely formed. Esteemed members, thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we'll go online to Dale Ruggles. You will have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Dale Ruggles. I live in La Plata County. I think you know that we can drive to any state, go to almost any gun show and buy 30-round magazines. I think you should ask yourself, how do you expect a sheriff or a city policeman to enforce that law when you can't prove when it was manufactured or when they obtained it? Are you going to try to say all the 30-round magazines I got are now suddenly illegal to even possess? If so, I think they're worth several $1,000s a piece, wouldn't you? You're going to have to buy them. This bill misses the target. Illegal gun use is what you're after. You heard from the kids. They deserve better from what you guys are offering them. Offering them a bill just to say, oh, we made a bill, but does nothing to protect them, you know, they're going to grow up and they're going to vote and they're going to see who was in control and why nothing happened to protect them when there are methods and means you can. There's guards, there's cameras, there's locking doors. There's all sorts of things you can do in schools to protect them. Let alone, how about just putting criminals behind bars? You know what the most effective gun control was and the reduction in crime that I've ever heard about? It was deemed illegal. It was called stop and frisk. I believe New York did it. Their gun crime dropped like a rock. And everybody said it was discrimination. Well, it wasn't. They just went around, picked blocks, stopped and frisked people. They took illegal guns off the street, and it made a difference. Now I got to ask you, you guys go to a bar, everybody driving out of that bar illegal? Sorry. Go ahead, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Sean Steele, you'll have 2 minutes. State the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Sean Steele. I represent the Colorado Federal Firearms Licensee Association. This is a collection of FFLs that came together to start hopefully educating and informing on some of the issues that we have with these bills that are getting passed. We stand in stark opposition to this bill. We don't like the way that it was put together. We don't like the way that it's funded, and we don't like the fact that it violates the Second, potentially the Fourth Amendments. I understand that there's a significant concern with gun violence. Makes sense. Everybody's saying, oh, hey, if the gunman only had a 15-round mag, then 15 less people would have been not killed. I find that repugnant as an argument, because the best way to stop a guy who has a gun is to be there with somebody who also has one that can shoot them in the face. Because if you don't shoot a bad guy in the face, he's going to keep shooting you. This principle is something very upset with the way that this bill is put together, pulling money from what should have been going to the parks and wildlife to protect our most precious natural resources. And yet we find it being used to diminish and destroy our Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment rights. So this trade association is here ready to work with any legislator to write a bill that potentially would actually stop crime and not just criminalize every law-abiding person that is currently existing in this state. There's a lot better way to do this and a lot more effective way to do this. You want to stop the bad guy? Put somebody in a school that's got a gun that can shoot him, right? I detect that there's probably statistically a significant lack of lead and copper in the bloodstreams of somebody who wants to commit mass acts of violence. Guess what? There's a lot of people that are ready to administer safely and effective the missing lead and copper seconds.
Thank you. Hey, committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for both Mr. Ruggles and Mr. Steele. Mr. Ruggles, you said you live in Durango, Colorado, and if I know the area very well since I'm also from the Western Slope, you're close to
Not a county.
I'm sorry, what did you say? But you're close to New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. And I wanted to ask, if this bill were to become law, and let's say it were law today, could you go ahead and cross into any one of those other 3 states and purchase the guns that are listed here and just come back into La Plata? And same question for Mr. Steele, I guess, the ability to buy a gun contemplated here and then return to Colorado.
All right, we'll start with Mr. Ruggles.
Thank you. Yes, you can. You can buy, we go to Texas, Arizona quite often, and you can just buy them out of the newspaper, and there's no bill of sale, it's just cash. And there's a lot of outlets where you can buy used guns because it's legal there to just buy and sell guns. In Colorado, it might be a little more difficult, but I don't think the criminals are having that problem because they're not buying their guns legally anyways. But yes, you can.
All right, and Mr. Steele, did you want to chime in?
Yes, so by federal law, it is illegal for a federal firearms licensee to sell a gun to somebody without a background check, no matter where you are in the country. Certain states allow for person-to-person private party transfers, but Colorado has outlawed this practice. You now need to go through a background check no matter any time you want to purchase a firearm from a person or a store or anything of that sort. As far as leaving the state, this is another consequence to this bill. Basically, if you want to destroy the firearm business in this state, as is what seems to be the intention of this legislature, make it to where the guns that you would normally buy in this state, you can just go across the strait. You've moved the jobs, you've moved the tax money, you've moved the revenue from that sale out of the state.
Mr. Steele, are you all right?
Jesus, please.
Okay. Hopefully we'll get an update that says he's okay. Rep Armagast?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was going to be for Mr. Steele. Are you still with us?
Okay.
If I could just mention something real quick. Christian Fisher is a disabled veteran, and having him sit here for now 6.5 hours is aggravating his injury. If he could be called here soon, I'd really appreciate
Yes,
that.
we can do that. All right, any further questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your testimony. You said Fisher? Okay. Chris Fisher? Christian Fisher. Terrence Tamayo Mancow? Toyama. Terrence Toyama Mancow. Richard Moreno? Jessica Fensky? Hans May? Mario Wynn? Okay, we'll start with Christian Fisher. You'll have 2 minutes. State and the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Hello, my name is Christian Fisher. I am a disabled vet. I just represent myself. Thank you, honorable members of the committee, for allowing me to speak today. I stand before you today just as a concerned citizen and that would do it all over again, but more important than that, as a voice who understands the fundamental nature of our rights that are not granted by the government, but rather exist as an unalienable part of our existence. Senate Bill 25-003 is not just legislation, it is infringement on and a direct attack on the Second Amendment that seeks to turn a right into a privilege, and the history has shown us that what happens when citizens are pushed too far. I wanted to bring up the Athens, Tennessee, 1946, the Battle of Athens. Corrupt politicians rigged elections, stuffed ballot boxes, and used law enforcement as their personal enforcers to oppress the people. But what happened was the true spirit of America. World War II veterans, men who fought for freedom overseas, returned home, and so they did what free men do. They took up arms, fought back, and restored democracy because they were armed and they were capable. Now, let me be clear, no one here wants conflict, no one here is calling for violence, but history is a lesson, and it teaches us that when a government attempts to strip its people of their ability to defend themselves, resistance follows. And that is not a threat, it is a statement of fact. There are Americans here in Colorado, military, ex-military, and civilian alike, who understand what is at stake. We do not take these rights lightly. We do not stand idly by while politicians attempt to turn our freedoms into privileges, places arbitrary restrictions on our ability to defend our families, and impose taxes and regulations designed to make gun ownership impossible. Not Washington, D.C. We are not California. We are a state of free people who know our history. We have seen what happens when rights are trampled and who refuses to let it happen. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from Richard Moreno. You'll have 2 minutes. State and the organization you represent. You may proceed. Okay, no, Richard Moreno. I had called a few names. Hans May, 2 minutes. State any organization you represent. You may proceed.
Hello, my name is Hans May, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. It was a cold, gray February afternoon when I walked into my parents' home and found my father dead from a single bullet shot to the head, sitting on the couch. Nothing in your bill would have changed the outcome that day. It did not matter the capacity of the magazine. The gun could only hold 5 rounds. It did not matter the mechanism to reload it, and it would not have made any difference the mechanism to adjust a rate of fire. What would have made a difference for my father, a 2-tour squad leader veteran of Southeast Asian conflict, was to have followed the safety rules. The very same rules that he drilled into me for years and years and years. So you can legislate all you want, but unless you're sitting right next to a person ensuring that they are doing exactly what needs to be done to be safe, you will not overcome human nature, the nature of fallibility. It is a disrespectful thing you do to the memory of my father, of my grandfathers, of his 5 brothers that were over in Europe and Southeast Asia. Those men that sacrificed their time, they gave up many, many things, including in some cases their lives, to ensure that we could practice freely the rights that we were guaranteed by the founders of this country and by the founders of this state. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Mario Nguyen, you will have 2 minutes. State the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Yes, my name is Mario Nguyen, and I stand here today representing myself.
Have you turned on the microphone? Oh, it's on the microphone itself. All right, there you go. 2 minutes.
My name is Mario Nguyen, and I am here today representing myself as a citizen of Colorado and El Paso County, and I testify against Senate Bill 25-003. The bill is a stopgap that does not address the issue of people who seek to do harm against others. This bill seeks to further limit and regulate our rights to defend ourselves, our property, and our loved ones against those who seek to do us harm. The Colorado Constitution states that the right of no person to keep and bear arms in defense of his home, person, and property shall be called into questions under most statutes. Yet this bill further erodes our rights to protect ourselves if we feel the need to do so. Should I feel like my family or I are at risk and I do not own any firearms, then I would have to pick up the next best firearm to protect them with, unless I want to go through the hoops to own those firearms. It would be the next best because I would not be able to outright erode with the passing of previous bills, and it will continue with this bill. Firearms technology has evolved to the point that removable magazines and semi-automatic functioning firearms have been prominent since the 1900s. The average capacity for a smaller framed handgun with a removable magazine is around 8 rounds. Full size are an average of 15 to 18 rounds, and that is just handguns. Rifles and shotguns are used for many things such as hunting or recreational use and defense of oneself, home, or property, and they generally come in many different capacities based on what they are used and designed for. They can range from anywhere from 5 to 30 on average, closer to 30 if they have a removable magazine. It all depends on the design of the rifle. The disparity between law-abiding citizens and criminals with the intent to do harm only grows with the passing of this bill. Criminals who seek to do harm with any firearms are not going to abide by any laws, so why should we limit our capacity for protection in our defense against them? I recently had my truck broken into last year, along with my neighbors' garages who were broken into.
Thank you.
Continue.
If you please wrap up. You were at your time. Okay, thank you. All right, and are you? Yes. Okay. State your name, any organization you represent, and you may proceed. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Terrence Toyama. I am a associate's degree holder in firearm technology. I'm not here to tell you guys what you guys are doing is wrong. I'm here to tell you a story. Last year, about March 6th, I defended a man's life from being murdered right in front of me, right off of Colfax and Monaco Parkway. But here's the thing is, criminals don't follow the law. I was on the phone with 911 for almost 10 minutes on hold. Then about 10, 20 minutes later, officers showed up. If I wasn't there with my handgun to save this unarmed person, he would have been dead, and you'd be hearing that on the 9 o'clock news. Okay? This bill is going to disarm citizens. This bill is going to hurt a lot of people. You guys think you guys are protecting Colorado citizens. You're not. If you vote yes on this bill, you guys will have more dead Colorado citizens because you're disarming them. If I wasn't there, that man would be dead, but I saved that man's life. What we should be worried about is getting rid of gun-free zones, getting more police officers to have a better response time. We also should have better 911 dispatch. Shouldn't have to put people on hold for taking an emergency. Those 10 minutes could have been worse if those criminals decided to come back and actually start firing at me. I only had 8 rounds in my magazine. That was lawful. Those criminals had a 15-round magazine. I was outnumbered. But luckily, I didn't have to pull my trigger. I still saved a man's life from being murdered. He only sustained a laceration above his left eye and a few bruisings. So please vote no on this bill and save Colorado's lives.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And we have been joined again by Sean Steele. Armagast, Rep. Armagast had a question for you, but we also wanted to know if you're all right. And if anybody else has a question for Sean Steele, he'll be available for questions on this panel of witnesses. Okay, committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses?
May I make one comment?
We'll allow a brief
Thank you very
comment.
much, Representative Mabry. I just trying to say I didn't get a chance to say, but I'm respectfully requesting that you vote no on this.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no questions, thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. And thank you for your testimony. Actually, if we want to keep Sean Steele on quickly, Rep. Armagast, we got Sean Steele on if you wanted to ask your question quickly.
No, you're good, I hope. Being the Second, the Fourth, and the 10th Amendments. I don't think that's been discussed very much during this hearing, so I was wondering if you might be able to elaborate a little bit more as how you see it breaching into those different amendments of the Constitution.
Mr. Steele.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to apologize. My phone died and I may have used profanity, so that is my fault. I am so sorry. That is not a reflection of the professionalism of the Colorado Federal Firearms Licensee Association. To address your question, Representative Armagast, the Second Amendment, I think, has been said and hit on by most people in this search for it. Wildlife also have authority to inspect in certain circumstances beyond what normally would be protected by the Fourth Amendment in the equipment of the hunters. So a significant concern with this bill and why this association opposes it, I oppose it personally, and I believe that the majority of people that are watching this oppose it, is it an intention for this law to be used to deny the owner of a specified semi-automatic firearm to inspect and make sure that it's good to go? Is there a provision? Is this intentional? It's certainly a very concerning thing for us. And as far as the 10th Amendment, I haven't spoken to that one, but I would be happy to elaborate further on the Fourth, as well as anything that has to do with firearm law as it currently stands and what dealers have to go up against to maintain and operate a FFL.
Okay, any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. Kimberly Kagu? James Murphy? Ryan Hernandez? Denver Merck?
With the moms.
Brandon Wark? Kelly McLaury? Aaron Kroll? Nina Brewer? Michael Quinlan? All right, there we go. We got 4 witnesses. Okay, we will start with Kimberly. You represent. You may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Kimberly Kigu. I'm from Lake County. I'm here representing myself, but also as a member of the National Association for Gun Rights, Rocky Mountain Gun Owners, and the National African American Gun Association. With this bill, if I were a criminal looking for a place to move, I would choose Colorado. In 2021, the CDC reported that Black women were murdered at nearly 3 times the rate of white women. A ban such as this would limit my access to tools such as 15 chambered and 223. It leaves me less equipped to protect myself and my family, especially in an area where Sheriff Speckman was here testifying that at one point he only had 3 deputies for the entire county. This bill has a disproportionate economic burden, considering a woman such as myself earns 63 cents for every dollar. This gun ownership has deep roots in Black America as a means of empowerment and resistance. This bill, with its restrictions, are a step backward, feeling more like the NFA of 1934, which was written specifically. I ask that you vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go down the line. I called a few names, so if you'll just state your name and any organization you represent, you'll have 2 minutes. You may proceed.
Is that no one officially? Motives are a bit more selfish in that I am here, so I will have the capacity to say the two. This bill started off incredibly messy with all sorts of constitutional violations between directly against the Second Amendment on the surface to the broad scope given to the district attorney. And it got worse from there by putting in a by using a funding scheme through CPW, which is just wild with them being completely unrelated and it being a clear way of trying to avoid Tabor restrictions. Because of that, I think that this is just going to be so unbelievably easy to defeat in court, and you guys will take such a hard loss in doing so that I'm thrilled to see this pass, and I want you all to vote for it for that regard. I think
in the sense that the hard failure will act as a deterrent against future types of legislation, and both in this state and others. It will be a failure you will have to all wear come next election, and I hope that many of you will find accountability associated with that. Everybody involved when that happens. Maybe something as simple as embarrassment and shame when that does happen. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Now, Michael Quinlan, you'll have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Good evening. My name is Michael Quinlan, Staff Sergeant, United States Army, retired. I've come in complete and total opposition to SB 003. I'm not going to bore everyone here. Since the beginning of this committee, each of you have heard time and time again about mass shootings. In fact, I think some of the gun rights deniers have many of their mass shootings scripted and memorized. But in the whole time, I realized they're forgetting a mass shooting that occurred only a couple years ago, and I couldn't figure out why. In 2023, the Covenant School shooting in Nashville, Tennessee. Why is that one always being forgotten? And I thought at first because it was a Christian school, a private Christian school. But that's not the reason. After the shooting, the investigators went to the vehicle and found a set of journals that the shooter had written. And in those journals, it showed that the shooter had reconned multiple schools in the area. It chose the schools that was shut up because of one thing. That school did not have an armed security presence. In closing, that there proved an adage that the gun rights community has had for a long time, that the only person that can stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Thank you.
Thank you. And to the gentleman on the end, I called a few names, so just state your name and any organization you represent. You may proceed.
I'm Brian Hernandez of Jefferson County. Represent myself. I stand before you today in opposition to SB3, a bill that seeks to implement restrictive firearm policies under the presumption that such measures will enhance public safety. Historical evidence, constitutional principles, and economic realities demonstrate that this legislation is both ineffective and financially burdensome to the state of Colorado. Recent financial projections indicate that enforcing SB3 will cost Colorado approximately $3.91 million in fiscal year of 2025-26, with an ongoing annual expense of $2.83 million. This substantial financial commitment raises concerns about whether these funds could be more effectively allocated towards addressing the root causes of violence, particularly mental health initiatives. By contrast, Colorado's investments in mental health remain significantly lower. A recent 5-year grant totaling $1.6 million, roughly $320,000 per year, has been dedicated to increasing school-based mental health professionals. Additionally, Colorado Department of Law has allocated up to $20 million in grants to promote youth mental health services statewide, but the annual distribution of these funds remains unclear. Comparatively, the annual cost of enforcing SB3 far exceeds the yearly funding allocated for these critical mental health efforts. Beyond constitutional crime-related concerns, SB3 would impose substantial financial burden on the state, including enforcing a new firearm ban or additional restrictions requires additional palliative oversight of violent crimes. Judicial and incarceration costs. Criminalizing previously lawful behavior will increase court cases, incarceration rates, and further straining taxpayer resources.
Thank you. Okay, and then finally, we have Nina Brewer online. Oh, okay, not anymore. Okay, committee members, do we have questions? Oh, okay. We can hear you.
Hi. My name is Nina Brewer. Thank you so much to the committee for giving me the time today to testify against as I am a Colorado native. I am an attorney and I am a woman, and I am here to testify against this bill for a number of reasons, but I'm going to focus on three as quickly as I can in this brief time that I have. The first is that as a woman, I have major concerns about the firearms that are being targeted under this bill. Specific firearms such as the AR-15 are really utilized by millions of women nationwide in self-defense. They might not be the firearms that women often carry on their person as a concealed carry firearm, but they are very, very commonly used in the home for self-defense, partially because of some of the reasons that were discussed earlier in this hearing, which include some of the recalling the firearm is a little bit easier with these specific types of detachable magazine firearms. So it's very important to me as a female to be able to get kind of access to these firearms that are so vital to my protection. I'm married, but my husband isn't always here. And guns like ARs are used by women every day to protect against rapists, gangs, murderers, assaulters, stalkers. I mean, it's a major thing. And I only have 30 more seconds, so I'm going to go through these other two real quick. As an attorney, I will say that as currently written with the amendments, I do think this bill is unconstitutional. If you want to ask me questions about that, please do. And then as a final matter, I do think that even if this bill went through and worked perfectly as intended, all these financial things and constitutional issues aside, all that it would do is give this potential future shooter, I don't know, like extensive training in the firearm that they want to use to carry out this violence. So I don't see how this is going to be a positive
Thank
in
you.
any way, shape, or form. Please vote no. Thank you.
Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Rep. Armagast.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for is it Kigu? We hear a lot about the impacts on the Second Amendment impacts on personal safety, those impacts on women trying to carry, but very rarely do we hear the racial impacts. And I know it was brought up earlier, but I heard it in your testimony as well. Would you mind elaborating on some of the racial impacts of this legislation?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Kigu.
Thank you. The NFA, the National Firearms Act, to disarm minorities. There is there's a barrier to entry when we start with the requirements for permit.
Seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, Mike Stern. Robert Miskowicz. Stephen Fetter. Ian Howard. Jacob C. Okay, let's start with Ian Howard. On the end, you'll have 2 minutes. State any organization you represent. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Ian Howard. I'm a retired Army vet. I'm here to oppose a bill which puts poor and minority communities in jeopardy. Let me share a story that shares why this matters. There was this young girl who saw her grandfather holding a shotgun with a look of despair guarding her. He said he was protecting her, and if he failed, he couldn't live with himself. When she pressed him, he explained that there was time when they weren't allowed to protect themselves, and he couldn't rely on anyone else. Help might come too late. That girl was Rosa Parks, and her grandfather's lessons on the importance of self-defense stayed with her. Today, this bill risks stripping away the right from communities that still face similar challenges. Poor and minority communities where law enforcement may not respond quickly, and crime is a daily threat. These communities often rely on affordable. It's important to note that the historical gun control measures like black codes and Jim Crow laws were used to disarm African Americans, making them vulnerable to violence and oppression. Black codes passed after the Civil War restricted gun ownership from freedom, and while Jim Crow laws later enforced segregation and often included gun control measures to limit African Americans' rights. This means certain firearms that are essential to self-defense in these communities extinguishes the history of Black Americans fought for and replaces Colorado's version of Jim Crow laws and black codes. In essence, Colorado is using the very thing racists use to control those merely trying to protect themselves and their families. As a retired Army vet, I see the importance of being able to defend oneself. The Second Amendment is not just a right, it's a necessity for many Americans. Please vote no on this bill to protect our rights and ensure that all citizens can defend themselves and their families.
Thank you. All right, moving to the left, state your name, sir, any organization you represent. You will have 2 minutes. You may proceed. To the witness, just to the left, my left of Mr. Howard. Yeah, so you, the second, and yes, right there. Yes, you. No, I didn't say anybody's name. I said you. I just said state your name. I called up a bunch of names, and I don't know everybody who came up. And so state your name, any organization you represent, and you may proceed.
My name is Stephen Fader. I am a tax-paying Jewish American. I'm here against this bill. This bill is unconstitutional. It's a direct attack on shall not be infringed. One of the main reasons I'm here is I work at a gun store. We serve all colors, all creeds. We serve Jews, Muslims, Christians, everybody, trans, gay, everybody. We would not survive while you try and create this ownership card. We cannot wait for you to fund it. We cannot wait for you to figure out how it works. We will fail. I will lose my job. I will be in the unemployment line, and you can look for me there. Other than that, though, you say that this bill enforces your magazine ban, and yet you're going to allow people to buy the guns that take those magazines, right? And so Tom Sullivan said when they passed this amendment for the ownership card that he didn't want veterans to be able to buy the guns, right? So he said veterans are dangerous and they were going to sell the guns to people who couldn't buy them. So why are we trusting the general public? I mean, that's crazy, right? Like you can't trust a veteran. Why are we trusting the general public not to turn around and sell those guns? You think we're all criminals anyway, so, you know, that's crazy to think that, you know, you're allowing guns that can take it. What's going to stop people from going out of state? What's going to stop people from, you know, obtaining a standard capacity magazine for their gun? It doesn't make any sense. This does not enforce your magazine ban at all. This is a gun ban straight up. And also by using CPW, you are taking away hunter's ed classes for people who actually want to be hunters. You're filling up classes that people have no reason to take otherwise than to get this ownership card. Oh, and when your ownership card is found unconstitutional, we all see your severability clause. You get your original bill back.
Thank you. Next witness over, if you state your name, any organization you represent, you may proceed.
Hello, my name is Mike Stern. I represent myself. I wanted to share a story about a night that changed my life forever. A couple of years ago, I was in downtown Denver working at a bar. It was closing time and I was walking down the block to ensure that everyone was leaving the property. A fight broke out and I barely had time to react before a guy pulled a gun and shot me. It was chaos and everyone was running for their lives. I hit the pavement and I was bleeding and terrified, convinced that I might not make it. I was lucky that the bullet missed and didn't hit anything vital and I survived. But what shook me the most wasn't the pain, it was the feeling of helplessness. I had no idea, or I had no way to defend myself, no way to fight back. I was shot by a known felon on their third offense, in possession of a firearm. DPD's response time was 38 minutes when District 6 was a couple minutes down the road. Before that night, I wasn't anti-gun, but I didn't carry regularly. I learned that night that these laws don't protect me from the people that are willing to break them. This bill wouldn't disarm people already willing to break the law. It would disarm people like myself who are law-abiding. To vote this bill would vote to disarm a good citizen and make self-defense a monetary privilege. After my recovery, I took the time to learn about firearms, not only how to use them, but how to handle them safely and responsible. I got my concealed carry permit, and I realized that if I'd be armed at night, I was armed that night, this incident may have not happened. I don't carry because I'm looking for trouble. I carry because I refuse to feel powerless again. I share this because I believe that night, I believe at night to protect yourselves and your loved ones. The world isn't always safe. Danger always finds you, and you can't rely on someone else to protect you. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jacob C., you will have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Thank you. I live in Aurora, Colorado with my wife and children. In 2019, an armed fugitive chase ended in my neighbor's yard. In my neighborhood in Aurora, where I've lived since 2021, my neighbor's property was stolen by armed thieves, and a fentanyl user attempted to assault my toddler and I on an afternoon walk. I have woken up to gunshots, witnessed high-speed chases rip down my street, and had an armed fugitive dead-end their chase in our neighborhood park, where neighbors found shell casings the next morning. The TDA building takeovers, harassment, and torture of persons happened mere miles from my home. The specific defense scenarios which concern me include gang violence and government tyranny. To believe that making it burdensome to acquire firearms that possess features which increase their effective use by a victim against an aggressor will make responsible citizens like me safer is foolishness. The exact weapons which you seek to inhibit access to are the weapons which I possess and have in my home and on my person every day for the protection of my family and community. Let it be very clear that this bill seeks to make gun ownership a rich man's right and is the beginning of a pathway towards confiscation, not ownership. As I mentioned before, I'm a husband and a father. I was raised in Colorado and own a home in Colorado. I live in the most diverse city in Colorado where we have the best food and where there are few people in my neighborhood who look like me, and I use Google Translate in our local stores, and I love every bit of it. I say this because I am invested in Colorado and yearn for her prosperity. This bill is a direct attack on that prosperity by betraying the very principles of the American West and assaulting the people's rights. This bill adds to a growing train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evincing a design to reduce under despotism, which Coloradans, just as our founding fathers, will be forced to consider if it is their duty to throw off such government. This is the last question I need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Rep. Armagus, or AML winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Mr. Howard. You told a story in your testimony. How do you see this bill correlating to the story that you told, sir?
Mr. Howard.
If this committee was around during Rosa Parks' time, they would have banned guns for them and many people like her during the civil rights. We wouldn't have a Rosa Parks, we wouldn't have a Harriet Tubman. The committee before us right today, they would be the first people to ban guns and say that she couldn't own a gun.
Any further questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. All right, online, Corin Rudolph. And do we have Jeremy Mason in the room? Okay, Darren Weaver. Victor Wolf. Frederick Struck. Ryan Bogle. Matthew Flanders. John Hutchins. Dan Stiege. Landon Kirk. Okay, and then did we get Karen Rudolph online? Okay, cool. All right, let's start with the gentleman to my right in the suit. State your name, any organization you represent, and you may proceed.
Hi, my name is Victor Wolf, Chief Warrant Officer for United States Army, retired. I'm not here on behalf of anyone but myself, but I do stand shoulder to shoulder with every other Colorado veteran here that couldn't make it here today. So my testimony is as follows. I retired from active duty military service in May of 2022 after serving 26 years in the United States Army and subsequently established permanent residency in the great state of Colorado. I come to you today in opposition of Senate Bill 25-003. I sought out today to testify because there are no provisions in this bill for military retirees or honorably discharged veterans. This is be struck down entirely. As a soldier, officer, and combat-proven leader, I have received extensive firearms training. I would submit to you today that my brothers and sisters in arms have more rigorous firearms training than is required of this bill by a significant margin. Additionally, there is now a training requirement for weapons with detachable magazines, but not for the weapons with fixed magazines that weapons experts have testified are in fact less safe and are actually an accident waiting to happen. This is an unacceptable risk. It is an unacceptable bill as written and one that is inconsistent with the landmark decision in DC versus Heller in 2008 and the affirmation of individual rights to own a firearm. Moreover, this bill is inconsistent with the plain language and historical test tradition that is the standard used by courts to determine if a law restricting the right to bear arms violates the Second Amendment. This test was established in 2022 in the Bruin decision. This bill will certainly be struck down by either the District Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court level, costing our state valuable monetary resources. This bill provides the state attorney general overreaching power to classify firearms in a prohibited category at a later date, and this must not be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving to the left, state your name, any organization you represent, and you may proceed.
My name is Jeremy Manson. Today I am representing my friend Russell. I'm going to read his statement. As a veteran who served this country and someone that was at Columbine Massacre, I've seen violence up close, both on the battlefield and in a school hallway. I've stared down evil, and I can tell you, gun control isn't the answer. When I was at Columbine, the laws didn't stop those shooters. They got their weapons illegally, bypassing every regulation on the books. Evil does not care about background checks or magazine limits. It finds a way. What saved lives that day wasn't a law. It was the courage of the people like Coach Dave Sanders, who put himself between students and bullets. Evil does not follow rules. It preys on the defenseless. In the military, I learned that the best defense against a threat is readiness, not restriction. Disarming law-abiding citizens doesn't make us safer, it leaves us vulnerable. I carried a rifle to protect freedom overseas, and I'd do the same here if it came to it. The Second Amendment isn't just a right, it's a necessity. I'd say look at the stats, but let's be honest, we all know them. And most sitting before us today don't care. It's about agendas. The Second Amendment isn't just a to 2022, SCOTUS struck down New York's proper cause concealed carry, saying it violated our rights. And there's Antoniuk versus James in 2024. New York's post-Bruin concealed carry restrictions got shredded for overreach. Even Range versus Garland in 2023 saw the Third Circuit rule that nonviolent felons can't be blanket banned from owning guns. These cases prove it. Judges are rolling back anti-2A nonsense because the Constitution demands it. This is just to name as a few. As you know, there are more. Gun control assumes that the government can protect us all, but at Columbine, the police took minutes to respond. Veterans like me know you can't outsource your safety. I survived.
Thank you.
I refuse to be a victim, not because the world made, not because.
Next witness over in the red tie, state your name, any organization you represent. You may proceed.
El Paso County, here representing myself. I'm here today to oppose HB 25-003. This bill started off confusing, with some of your Democratic colleagues in the Senate removing their sponsorship. As they pulled their names, they expressed that the bill was not what was originally sold to them. Because of this, I've tried to understand the actual intent of HB 25-003. According to its original creator, Senator Tom Sullivan, this isn't a firearms ban. It's a magazine ban. That statement just isn't. It was obvious that this was always a disguised assault weapons ban. I understand that not everyone feels that the Second Amendment is absolute. But please remember that this is the only recognized. In its original form, I recognize that HB 25-003 was a firearms ban. But now in its amended form, I do not understand this bill's intent. Now it just makes it incredibly annoying to purchase most modern firearms. This bill will cost law-abiding citizens. No government can take these rights away. It's completely unconstitutional. It's not just your constituents declaring a law like this unfair. Just 1 month ago, the Second Judicial Circuit Court ruled that Illinois' FOID card was unconstitutional. This is the same idea as the permit to purchase that 003 requires. The Second Circuit Court ruled that requiring a permit and payment to exercise your Second Amendment right was unconstitutional. I hope you are paying attention today and will listen to your constituents' concerns about this bill. When you were elected into office, you swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States. In that Constitution lies the Second Amendment. You don't have to like it, but you do have to protect it. Please oppose HB 25-003.
Thank you. Next witness over, state your name, any organization you represent. You may proceed.
Yeah, I'm Landon Kirk. I'm representing myself and my loved ones. Senate Bill 25-003 is a direct infringement on the Second Amendment. It's bad policy, unconstitutional, and lacks the solution to the problem. You all blame the gun for violence in our community. You're trying the wrong solution to fix this violence in the streets of Colorado. The problem isn't the guns in our community, it's the community's culture. The culture we have is people who want to do harm will get guns no matter what restriction you place. In fact, you will be enabling criminals in the streets to thrive in their heinous crimes. Protect our communities instead of you only rid the rights of good Colorado Americans. Infringe. Evil will thrive with less people protecting the community, and all those who vote yes vote for more evil in our community. Instead of messing with our constitutional rights, we should pay more attention on how we get a healthy culture with family values, enforcement of law, cleaning the streets of drugs, and focusing on what makes this evil thrive. But most importantly, having God-influenced merit for Americans and not gain for evil. Nobody knows why evil happens, but taking away our protection and impeding our rights isn't the solution. You took an oath to uphold and protect the Constitution, not to dismantle and infringe it. Do the right action and vote no on Bill 25-003. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then going online, Karen Rudolph, you will have 2 minutes. State any organization you represent, you may proceed.
Hello, my name is Corinne Rudolph. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, a Black woman, and the owner of Goliath Tactical Firearms Training. And for the past 5 years, I've poured my heart into empowering communities, teaching firearm safety, self-defense, and first aid training. I've stood alongside educators, community leaders, and families working to ensure that safety is not just a privilege, but a right for everyone, regardless of background or zip code. And I'm here today because I cannot remain silent while Senate Bill 3 threatens to do more harm than good. And this proposed assault weapons ban is not just flawed, it's dangerous for the very communities that it claims to protect. It disproportionately impacts Black, Indigenous, and low-income individuals who already face systemic barriers to justice. And by criminalizing the ownership of certain kinds of firearms, Senate Bill 3 will only deepen the cycle of over-policing and inequity in communities like mine, where trust in the justice system is already fragile. I need you to hear this. Education saves lives, not bans, not prohibition. Research has proven that when people have access to education, crime rates drop. That's why organizations like mine that focus on equipping communities strive. We train educators and community leaders on firearm safety. We teach first aid so that families can save lives in emergencies, especially women in marginalized communities, to protect themselves so that they don't have to fear. That's how we build safer and stronger communities, not through prohibition. This kind of legislation that ignores the root causes of violence, like poverty, lack of access to education, and the failures of our mental health care system, if we were to invest in those sorts of things, imagine what we could do by investing those sorts of resources. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your time and for your testimony. Troy Withers. Andrew Martin. Alvin Powell. Russell Schuyler. Todd Browell. Michael Robertson. Reese Pelkey. Matthew Watson. William Rich. Christopher Shy. Let's see, Cindy Romero. Austin Lowry. Okay. We got 4 witnesses. And to the gentleman in the front row, who's in this, yeah, if you want to come forward. Did you plan on testifying? Okay, come forward. You can join this panel. Okay, let's start on my right to the gentleman in the blue shirt. If you'll state your name, any organization you represent, you may proceed.
My name is Christopher Shy, and I represent myself and the Custer County Commissioners. I've been sworn into public elected office in our fair state 7 times. Each time I affirmed that I would uphold the constitutions of the U.S. and Colorado. Solemn as it is, it's difficult to imagine when the occasion would occur to have to keep that promise. I'm here to keep that pledge. The first test of my oath came in 2014 when I came here to lend my opposition to a bill limiting magazine capacity. I found that defending the Second Amendment against infringement was a patriotic task and that I had many allies in this endeavor. We lost, but I learned a lot about the process. Last year, the Second Amendment again was under attack by a bill that threatened to ban the firearms that used the magazines that would have been limited in 2014. This bill did not pass. The first part of this year, the bill was introduced in the Senate that we are discussing today. I testified in opposition at the Senate committee hearing. The bill was voted onward and was amended into the form we see today. As onerous as banning our rights to arm ourselves was, this latest version is truly a tangible threat to freedom itself. The sheriff requirement, or hall pass as it's been called, and the dual safety testing process are burdensome and costly. As with many of the great ideas that are hatched under this gold dome, HB 03 will become an unfunded mandate for local government. This bill will create 3 databases to track the sheriff paperwork and testing processes, 3 more avenues for personal citizens' information to be accessed. In our brave new world, computer hackers are proving every day that our personal information is vulnerable. Our banking, health and education records, shopping and web surfing habits are out there. The pictures, correspondence, conversations, and text messages on our phones are subject to intrusion and dissemination. It is not a paranoid leap to wonder what the next step is after our privacy has been invaded. Profiling, surveillance, confiscation, mentioning the Fourth Amendment earlier. Please don't do this. Don't pass this misguided legislation for our children to overcome.
Thank you. Next witness over, if you'll state your name and the organization you represent, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Austin Lowry. I'm a registered voter in Thornton, Colorado, whom has a concealed handgun permit. I am here today to speak against Senate Bill 25-003 for several reasons. My first reason is due to this bill causing an overwhelming and extraneous process for future generations that would want to exercise their right to bear arms. This bill poses concerns of discrimination towards individuals with intellectual disabilities, as well as increased financial burden as stated in 5AI subsection V on page 10. For some individuals, such as myself, who do not test well or have a hard time quickly retaining information, we will be stuck in a loop of spending money to retake and retest until we meet expectations, thus consuming our financial, emotional, and time resources. In addition to the financial and time commitments stated previously, we already have red flag laws and magazine restrictions. This new bill would only increase the stress upon law-abiding citizens and further degrade their ability to exercise their Second Amendment rights. This affects people like myself and restricts our ability to protect our loved ones and ourselves. I urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 25-003 to protect our Second Amendment right as citizens of the United States of America. Thank you for your time and attention to my testimony.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Powell, I remember you from the other night. You'll have 2 minutes stating the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, representatives. My name is Alvin Powell. I'm a veteran, a Democrat, and a Coloradan. How many of you utterly despise the poor, the underprivileged, and people who just won't fall in line? Can I see a showing of hands? Wow, that's amazing. None of you raised your hands. Aside from being blatantly unconstitutional, this bill has devolved into a war on the poor. This bill promotes the manufacturing and dissemination of unsafe firearms. It attacks the underprivileged by placing a paywall and educational bias on people who wish to own the most common and lawfully owned firearms in America. This bill requires a person to pay costly fees and ask permission from law enforcement who may subjectively deny their permission to take a safety class and exercise a right. This bill requires a citizen to pass a background check prior to taking a safety education course. This law does not promote firearm safety, it hinders it. There should be no limitation on firearm safety education. The course this law proposes should be offered for free to all who wish to take it. This bill requires a person to receive a score of 90% on a test to exercise a right. Ironically, we only need a 70% average to graduate high school. This bill is a clear violation of civil rights, and I equate it to the old Jim Crow laws of the South, where non-whites were required to pass poorly written literacy tests before they were allowed to vote. Please vote no on SB 25-003. If firearm safety is pivotal, why would anyone vote yes on a bill that limits access to education that increases safety? Thank you. I cede my time.
Thank you. And to the gentleman on the end, if you'll state your name and any organization you represent, you will have 2 minutes.
My name is Andrew Lucas, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself in opposition to this bill. This is one of the most egregious bills I have seen in recent years. You know, first off, they require a magazine that doesn't even detach. That raises safety issues. You know, and a lot of those they don't even exist. So that's a problem. And then what even worse is that now you had to make it to where you had to had to get that just a card or get that whatever you call it by Parks and Wildlife just to even buy a gun. You know, that's basically making it to where it makes it hard for the poor to afford a gun. You know, very egregious. You know, not to mention it's a poor track record. Also, I don't know if as several other people have stated, that FOIA card that you had to have in Illinois to buy a gun, a federal judge recently ruled that unconstitutional. So why would you try to be put past that when that judge has already spoken? So that's another problem. And you know, and that's and a lot of people say we're not trying to disarm people. Well, that's from this end of the moment, it sure feels like you are, because over the years you've been trying to take away little by little by little, and you're not going to stop until you've repealed the Second Amendment. That does not sit well with me. And if you read the Second Amendment, here's what I live by. This is the Constitution. And the Second Amendment says, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So right there. So, in closing, I ask you to think about that before casting your vote, and please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. All right. Now, can we hear from Brooke McKenna? And then online, we should have Stella Kay and Emily Golding. Do we see those names online? Stella Kay, Emily Golding? Okay. All right, we'll start in the room with Brooke McKenna. You will have 2 minutes, state any organization you represent, and you may proceed.
My name is Brooke McKenna, and I'm a leader with Students Demand Action at Cherry Creek High School. I'm here to testify today in favor of SB 003, which addresses Colorado's high-capacity magazine enforcement loophole. I've spent my whole life worrying about gun violence. Starting at the age of 7, I started to leaving school early because there was a shooting near us. I remember having vivid nightmares at 9 about there being a shooting and seeing every kid I knew. That was 3rd grade. I'm a junior in high school now, and I still have these. Back then, I was just a kid worried about myself and my friends, but now I worry about my baby cousins, all ranging from 6 to 9, at their schools and preschools. I worry about my parents when they leave for work or errands, and the kids I teach swimming to who can be as young as 3 months old not coming to their next lesson. These fears multiplied when I found out there's a loophole in the law enacted in 2013 that prohibits magazines capable of holding more than 15 rounds of ammunition. While purchasing such things in Colorado is illegal, it is not in the 7 states that surround us. This means that people just need to drive a couple of hours to get these deadly magazines, which they can then add to the firearms capable of holding them. This law is meant to keep everyone safer, as high-capacity magazines make shootings more lethal by increasing the amount of ammunition that can be fired before a shooter reloads. However, this very loophole is what occurred in Colorado Springs at the Club Q shooting and Boulder in 2021 at the King Super shooting. The shooters at both purchased a firearm capable of holding high-capacity magazines, then acquired said high-capacity magazines. 15 people are dead because of these 2 shootings, and countless others traumatized. This bill will make sure mass shooters cannot do as much harm without taking away current gun owners' weapons. It simply asks that people look into purchasing these weapons in the future and undergo basic training and education to understand how to safely and secure these weapons. It is with these contentions that I support this bill.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move online to Stella Kay. You will have 2 minutes. State any organization you represent. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Stella Kay. I am 17 years old and attend Denver East High School. I'm also a gun violence survivor and a proud member of the Students Demand Action National Board. I am here to show my full support of Senate Bill 003. Colorado took a significant step forward in 2013 by banning magazines holding more than 15 rounds, but the law, as it stands, is far too easy to circumvent, and I'm here to tell you exactly why. Semi-automatic firearms such as AR-15s and AK-47s that accept detachable magazines remain perfectly legal and easy to acquire in Colorado. This means a person with intent to harm can legally purchase one of these firearms, cross state lines to obtain prohibited high-capacity magazines, and return to commit acts of mass violence. The gun industry has had nearly a decade to develop safer firearms, but instead it has prioritized profits over people. Just 5 gun makers alone made over $1 billion in the past decade, selling AR-15s to civilians, despite these weapons being the clear choice for mass shooters. Worse, they continue to manufacture and sell rapid-fire devices such as bump stocks and binary triggers that circumvent existing machine gun laws. This bill is an opportunity for Colorado to act where the industry has failed. By banning the purchase and manufacture of semi-automatic firearms that accept detachable high-capacity magazines unless someone obtains a permit, and prohibiting rapid-fire accessories, we can address the dangerous loopholes that enable mass violence. Importantly, this legislation is tailored. It will not aim at semi-automatic weapons. Rather, it focuses on putting in safeguards to protect against people modifying these weapons into tools of mass destruction. This approach is not only enforceable, but life-saving. Requiring fixed magazines on certain semi-automatic firearms, unless a person obtains a permit, limits the capacity for mass casualties while preserving the rights of responsible gun owners. It also holds the gun industry accountable for its role in fueling America's epidemic of mass shootings. Thank you for your time and consideration. I urge you to vote in favor of this bill.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from Emily Golding. You will have 2 minutes. State any organization you represent. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Golding, and I'm speaking on behalf of the CU Boulder Students Demand Action chapter in support of SB3, a bill that requires individuals to undergo a basic training and education in order to purchase a semi-automatic military-style weapon with detachable magazines. When I was only 5 years old, I was taught what a lockdown drill was. Since then, I've spent days of my life asking myself what I would do if I was in a school shooting, or rather any mass shooting. Do I run? Do I hide in the corner of the room waiting for the shooter to come in? Do I pretend to be dead, or do I call my mom and tell her how much I love her? Aurora Theater, King Soopers, and Club Q. All of these shootings were too close to home. 27 is the number of people brutally shot and killed in these 3 shootings alone. Among them were a 6-year-old girl and a police officer. The other 75 injured survivors will have to live the rest of their lives in fear of going out to run simple chores such as going to the grocery store, because it always starts as just another day. Outside of mass shootings, there is not much use for guns that can fire over 15 rounds in as little as seconds. If you were grabbing for a gun to defend yourself, you are most likely not going to grab for a 26-inch, 7-pound semi-automatic firearm that carries over 15 rounds. You're probably going to grab a smaller, easier to handle handgun. Each day, 125 people die from gun violence in America, 12 of those being children. If we don't start to take more actions to reduce this, will continue to rise, and understand what that means. These victims are no different from you and me. I urge you to support SB3 and make Colorado safer for everyone. Let's not continue to live our lives in fear. Thank you for your time. I yield my time.
Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your time. Okay, Jason Nooper, Morgan Donaldson, Robert Jagersma, Jagersma. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Carson Kidd. Charles Hassler. Okay, let's start on my right. State your name and the organization you represent. You will have 2 minutes, and you may proceed.
Hi, my name is Jason Kniper, and I'm here on my own behalf to just testify against Senate Bill 3. SB 3 is an extreme gun ban. It's not legislation aimed to close the state's high-capacity magazine ban loophole. Public by saying it's magazines and so-called rapid fire devices, when it's really going about after firearms that commonly used by thousands of everyday law-abiding citizens. To get this bill to pass out of the Senate, it is now completely rewritten with an amendment, a license to buy scheme. This move was done in the middle of the night without any public testimony, 2 weeks after hundreds of concerned citizens, including myself, showed up to testify for hours on the original bill. Forcing folks to undergo a background investigation complete with fingerprints, pay a fee, take a yet-to-be-invented safety course for several hours, places multiple undue burdens on the exercise of a constitutionally protected right, especially those with lower incomes. The entire scope of this bill, amendments included, is a constitutional infringement. And if this bill passes, it will undoubtedly face legal challenges. But you know all that, don't you? So I'm here to talk to you one-on-one about something I know you actually care about, including those that don't have the time to look at me. I'm talking about votes. Consider it very closely. How do you think the majority of Coloradans will respond if this extreme bill is to pass? Now, I will tell you, we will vote hard in November. Let's focus on real solutions that address gun violence without infringing the rights. Please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And now moving to the left, state your name and the organization you represent. You may proceed.
Colorado for the past 28 years. I've been working for the FFL for the past year. I have 7 years of security background experience along with private investigation background experience. I have had the luxury of traveling the country and experiencing almost 15 to 23 states and their regulations with firearms. Regulations do not work. I showed up in California, LA, literally 5 minutes into finding a parking spot, an entire mag was dropped behind my car. I had to call my boss and let him know that, hey, not only do you have to pay me extra pay, because now my life is on the line, you now have to find me a new hotel. I worked downtown security for 3 years straight, and I saw stabbings, I saw brutality, I saw everything under the marker that falls under this bill. Because what are we actually trying to define here? We are trying to define the fact that people are scared are actually the issue. It's humanity itself. Colorado has let the psychological community fall and falter each time that we have come here and wasted all of our taxpaying money regarding what? Something that 95% of people do not understand. If you want to stop crime, open up so everyone in Colorado can legally own a firearm who actually has the capacity to do so. You want to stop criminals? Take them off the board. A place to live, free room, free board, jail is not the punishment. You commit a crime, you actually pay the crime. To know that an attempted murder is a misdemeanor in the state of Colorado. Are you kidding? Yet here we are bantering and bickering over the size of a magazine. It's ridiculous.
Thank you. And moving to the left, state your name, any organization you represent. You may proceed.
My name's Charles Hassler. I'm here on account of myself and the rest of the gun community here in Colorado. Earlier, it was brought forth asking, how would this protect someone? My sister had a restraining order against her violent ex-husband, who decided one day to just show up at her door, unannounced, of course, because a restraining order is a piece of paper. And if it wasn't for the fact that she had a gun on herself, she probably would have been violently beaten that day. My girlfriend's ex-husband, who also has a restraining order from a different state, showed up at my front door one night at about 3 a.m. looking for her. I answered my door with my AR-15. I choose the AR-15 because it has a 30-round capacity magazine and because it's going to be me against many. As you can see from the videos at the Aurora apartment complexes, they didn't show up with pistols. They showed up armed with AK-47s, SKSs, and the like. Now, when it comes to funding this bill, you guys have proposed this. Colorado Parks and Wildlife funds it and holds all these safety tests and everything coming from. Colorado Hunter and Fishermen's create a total of $365 million in income for the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Service. All that money, according to the Pittman-Robertson Act, is supposed to go to wildlife-related issues. Gun control is not a wildlife-related issue. Now, you say, okay, they got $365 million on the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Well, hunters and fishermen licenses alone contributed $200 million of that last year. I myself, on average, contribute between $2,000 and $3,000 to my hunting and fishing passions. That includes gas, buying ammo, licenses, everything else. And there are many others like me. That's a loss of revenue. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right. And last witness on the end, state your name, any organization you represent. You may proceed.
All right, my name is Robert Gelgersman. I'm a resident of Boulder County, specifically Longmont. Representing myself, and basically to start off with firearms. And it started with safety, started with respect, and it started with responsibility. I've heard all of these things mentioned, except for any of that. I started learning this at 8 years old. By 10 years old, I was proficient with about 10 different styles of firearms, which falls under what the original meaning of well-regulated means. I was well-equipped with knowledge. By 18 years old, I was well-equipped with knowledge, went out and committed mass shootings. Mass shootings happen in what we call gun-free zones, which are mainly in schools. I like to call them shooting galleries because that's exactly what they are. They become shooting galleries because nobody else is there to stop them. Now, about 43 years ago, my 6-year-old daughter, Athena, and her 22-year-old mother, Cynthia, were shot dead at this bill because it won't stop the crimes. It won't stop the shootings. What is going on is what I call catch and release program. People get caught for within a week, within a month at the most. And then they go back out and commit the exact same crimes that got them arrested in the first place. Doesn't work. The laws that are already in place aren't really working. So why would something new work?
Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, Keith Emerson. Jafar Patoma. Corey Blair. What's that? And sir in the front row, if you want to. Yeah, yep. Austin Lewis. Maria Quinn. Oh, okay. We got 4. Oh, okay. Lori Cottrell. All right. Okay, we'll start with you, sir, on the end. State your name, any organization you represent, and you will have 2 minutes. You may proceed.
My name is Keith Emerson. I'm against this bill and I represent myself. I think a number of people over the last few hours have covered some of my points. I'd like to go into detail on one point, but before I do that, I'd like to note that there's a lot of folks parroting the Everytown. Boy, is that not true? I do like some of the points in the bill, like if you give your gun to a gunsmith to work on, you have to have a background, things like that. Before allowing a student to attend a course, the instructor shall verify that the student holds a valid firearm safety course eligibility card. So you have to get the eligibility card before you can take a class. But let's go to even some gun people have been snookered into thinking that this bill won't apply to semi-auto pistols. Definition on page 3 obviously applies, as does the detailed written description defining blowback, which is also outlawed. I thought it strange to go to such lengths with the definition of direct blowback when gun. The red herring in here, though, I mean, it's meant to disguise the fact that the term recoil operated, which recoil operated guns are supposedly allowed, is not defined. I'm a mechanical engineer. I've designed locomotives, medical office. This is not going to stop the term, putting the term recoil in. It's not going to stop the person, Phil Weiser, who will be making the decision.
State your name, any organization you represent. You will have 2 minutes.
My name is Corey Blair. I'm an independent journalist and I'm on Break the Chains Media on all channels and platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Colorado Legislature, I'm here in strong opposition to Senate Bill 25-03. This legislation not only undermines the fundamental right enshrined to us in the Second Amendment, but also fails to address the root causes of crime while disproportionately harming law-abiding citizens. The Second Amendment is affirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court in cases like District versus Columbia versus Heller and McDonald versus Chicago, guaranteeing our individual rights to keep and bear arms for self-defense, a right that -03 ignores this precedent and threatens to disarm people of Colorado, leaving them vulnerable to criminals who, as history shows, will always find ways to obtain weapons regardless of the law. Look at the data. Criminals do not follow gun laws. They exploit them. This bill will not reduce crime. It will only erode our ability to protect ourselves and our families. Moreover, this bill echoes troubling historical patterns of discriminatory gun control. During the 19th century, Native Americans were disarmed before being forced into reservations, stripping of them their ability to defend against oppression. Similarly, Jim Crow laws of the South targeted African Americans, denying gun registration to confiscate weapons from Jewish citizens, paving the way to unimaginable atrocities. Are we blind to these lessons? SB 25-03 risks repeating this history by targeting law-abiding citizens while doing nothing to stop those who break the law. Worse still, this bill could empower unelected officials who, in the Department of Colorado Parks and Wildlife Department, who are non-elected, they will have sole discretion rights. These officials, appointed rather than elected, lack democratic accountability to wield such power over our constitutional freedoms, our fundamental rights of self-defense. Additionally, requiring firearm ownership identification card, imposing fees on gun ownership, as the amendment suggests, would effectively price lock many Americans out of their constitutional right to bear arms. Everyone can afford additional bureaucratic costs or licensing fees, especially in a state like Colorado, where economic pressures are already straining many families. Please vote no and stop this tyrannical overreach of government over control.
Thank you. Moving to the left, state your name and the organization you represent, and you will have 2 minutes.
Been argued that no one needs these guns for protection. History concert shootings, lives could have been saved. If a law-abiding citizen with a CCW had been on the scene in the Aurora Theater, perhaps Senator Sullivan's son would still be alive, since the cowardly criminal gave up the moment opposition appeared. A law-abiding CCW holder saved the lives of mall shoppers in Indiana. An AR-15 saved the life of Kyle Rittenhouse in Wisconsin when he was being chased by pedophiles. At least 50 to 80,000 defensive gun uses happen each year. Are lives saved not as important as lives lost? Senator Sullivan said, quote, "This bill is just the next step," close quote, which means more gun control steps are to come in the vendetta against Colorado citizens. Senator Gonzalez has said, "People are law-abiding until they're not. Well, shoppers are law-abiding until they shoplift. So shall we outlaw stores?" Government is force, and the Second Amendment is the strong link in the constitutional chain that restrains the Cerberus of government from devouring the rights of the people. As American citizens, our right to self-protect our lives, liberty, and property must not be infringed by impediment, restriction, or taxation. This bill creates impediments. What we really need is a semi-automatic firearm with the largest magazine you can find in the possession of every law-abiding citizen. Villains should fear that their intended victim could be the victor. Criminals should fear the possibility of instant consequences for committing crime. We need more gun-savvy citizens able to have every type of gun. We need more Buffalo Bills and Annie Oakleys. Please vote no on SB 3. It's redundant and unconstitutional.
Thank you. Moving to the left, state your name.
Hello, my name is Daniel Baird, represent for myself. Also Sand Creek Massacre descendant. The one thing that I will have to say that saved us from being completely wiped out by Denver's own was guns. It's the only thing that we had, and obviously it's a different caliber, different rate of fire. But I can't just sit here and act like, you know, taking funding from like wildlife conservation or anything just to do these things. Have mandatory, you know, re-education courses as if, you know, people aren't actually there or something to be able to own and possess a firearm is, you know, okay. But, you know, I just have to be in opposition as of this point because, again, it's not going to stop at, you know, rate of fire, how much you have, because, again, there are many different ways to, I guess how you say, kill a human being. And it won't prevent the violence being, I'm also born out of gun violence myself, and here I am standing today saying these things because in government tyranny. So again, we're not far from a reality like that, unfortunately. And you know, a lot of the times you're dealing with, you know, militarized like criminals. They're almost like warlords just running around. For me, you know, growing out of northern New Mexico, we even had home invasions. You know, it's like an occurrence because people are poorly educated. Just another thing I want to say should be important is, you know, maybe law enforcement should have more education to even approach people with firearms, because apparently everyone with a firearm in Denver County is apparently against the law, because I had to literally walk away from a red flag law raised against me for a 6-round revolver. 22. Would advise you, you know, to say no. This is just a mockery.
Thank you. All right. Online, Austin Lewis, you'll have 2 minutes. State any organization you represent. You may proceed.
Chairman, and can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for hearing me today. My name is Austin Lewis, and I am representing Centennial Gun Club as the Director of Training, and myself as a Colorado native and a graduate with a bachelor's degree in psychology. I ask you to vote no on Senate Bill 3. I ask you also to stop wasting our time and money on this unconstitutional bill. I encourage you instead to utilize our taxpayer dollars on a real solution to our mental health and the epidemic we face in this state. I present a possible solution requested by this bill's Senate sponsors to curb violence, to re-examine institutionalizations for those deemed not mentally fit to be in our society. The horrors of the asylum era are gone. We have advanced technologically, medically, and as a society. We are not going back to forced sterilizations or lobotomies of decades ago. Today, many of those who would historically be institutionalized in asylums are now instead incarcerated in jail, cycling in and out of emergency rooms and living on the streets, committing crimes against Colorado citizens. Nowhere is this more clear than the city of Denver itself, which has a swelling population of homeless people, many of whom suffer from mental illness, and they are right outside of this very Capitol building. Letting this at-risk population languish on the streets imposes downstream taxpayer costs like repeat emergency room visits, police work, crisis care, and incarceration, none of which measurably improve the life. If you think this is going back to the draconian and less humane approach to how we treat the mentally ill, I would argue that the pharmaceutical companies who pump out countless drugs which do not fix the problem and chemically changes the human brain over time is not a solution that works either. Promoting mental wellness and using preventative teachings for children in school, guiding them towards mindfulness and emotion regulation, and on mental health detection and resources for suicide prevention need to be provided. The importance of open dialogue about mental health and suicide prevention resources to help encourage people to ask someone
Thank you.
if they need help.
Thank you.
Please oppose this bill.
Okay, committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay, Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for you, sir, on the end. You mentioned that, out of all the hundreds of witnesses we've heard so far today, you said something that no one picked up on, that the bill calls for a person having to have a background check after having their gun delivered to a gunsmith for work before being able to be returned to the original person. I just wanted to ask a little bit more by, I guess, why you would think that's a good point of the bill. Just because if that's something that someone already owns, it'd be like a car mechanic needing to verify ownership of the car before returning the car to the car owner.
Well,
that's for Mr. Emerson.
Well, I can, of course, lay my hands on it immediately right here. But the bill talks about before the person repairing it has to be certain that the person that they're returning it to can legally have it. And that means a background check to me.
Any further questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you for your time. Thank you for your testimony. Okay. Preston Phillips, Cyrus Geitrell, Gary Billings, Rex Laceby, Ezra Vargas, All right. We'll start on the right.
I'm Joshua Mead, and I represent myself. Thank you, committee, for hearing my testimony. I'm against Bill SB 25-003. I'm a bear arms. Also me, I'm self-employed at the moment. I work day to day, live paycheck to paycheck, try to do the best I can the good, honest way. Excuse me. Find my notes.
Take your time. It's all good.
Yeah. Semi-automatic weapons is a great equalizer for a woman too as well. And I think about that all the time about my girlfriend, including fund. I heard that they're gonna dip into that and hurt a lot of people that love to live outdoors and love Colorado. They're gonna go in the fund, and hikers, campers, fishermen, and hunters are going to be the ones paying for it. And if you could just look at their hobbies and look at the Coloradoans and the people, why they moved to our state, you'll see of voting against this bill. Thank you very much.
Your name and the organization you represent, and you will have 2 minutes.
Cyrus Gatrell, representing self. Two things. We don't compromise on rights. Second thing, gun violence is a misnomer. It's just violence. We don't call drunk drivers killing people car violence or drunk violence. It's just violence. In the 1828 dictionary, Bill have called it a speed bump, which is an impediment or hindrance. Therefore, by definition, it is an infringement. The rapid fire trigger portion violates the Fifth Amendment's taking clause, along with the Second and 10th Amendments. This bill does not meet the text, history, and tradition, nor does it even go This bill bans the guns that my wife, my mother, and I use for self-defense. This bill is less safe to prevent adding more ammunition to the problem. Which is riskier for kids. Because of these added risks and constitute
Organization you represent, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ezra Vargas. I'm representing myself. I've been a gun owner since 2019. It's always been a thing throughout my family. My great grandma, my grandma, and my mother has also have grown up around gang violence for almost my entire life. You passing this bill isn't going to change any violence. It's the same thing throughout history. If a person can't get a gun, they're going to use a knife. If they can't use a knife, they're going to use a rock. If they can't use a rock, they're going to use a bare fist. Simple as that. So for me and for even others like my friends and I, we think that it is not okay to be infringing on Second Amendment rights, especially throughout Colorado. You taking funds from Parks and Wildlife is not right as well, for those funds are used for trails and other things of and things like that. I think it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous on how far we've gotten with these bills and everything else. And also it affects me because I'm a person with disabilities. I have a learning disability. I have a spelling disability as well. And I have to score a 90% test, which I have no idea how many questions there are. It could be 20, it could be 30, it could be 40, it could be 50. I have no idea. That could hurt. That hurts me a lot. And count the fact that for these tests is also a big issue. And as of recently, I'm also physically disability. I've gotten the 2 fingers on my right hand chopped off, 2 fingertips right there. That I can't defend myself hand to hand because I can break the bones in my fingers. So I ask you to say no to this bill and to also think about people with disabilities as well.
Thank you. And moving to the left, you sir on the end, state any organization you represent and your name.
My name is Gary Billings. I represent
proceed.
myself. Sorry, I'm very nervous. I'm here to.
I'm
voice
sorry,
my-
could you repeat your name?
Sorry.
Could you repeat your name? I didn't catch.
Gary Billings.
Okay, great. All right, you'll have 2 minutes. You may proceed.
My name is Gary Billings. I'm a resident of Colorado for 23 years. I'm here to voice my opposition to this bill. I grew up in Illinois, and Illinois has an assault weapons ban. There's not even an option to even buy them there. I'm a realist, so I understand that part of this negotiations with Mr. Polis has to do with establishing all this so we can get these rifles and semi-automatic guns that we want. So I appreciate that. And I understand this bill will probably go through despite what everybody in this room wants. So I would like to propose something to make this bill a little bit better. I'm a concealed carry permit holder. Jefferson County, 2023 is when I got this. I already went through the background checks. I already did the fingerprinting. With the House Bill 241174, the Concealed Carry Permits and Training Bill, which goes into effect on July 1st of this year, there's a lot of requirements for that as well. For this new bill, there's a lot of requirements for that. You know, there's a 12-hour training course. There's a hunter's training course. I'm not a hunter. I love animals. I don't kill them. So there seems to be a lot of redundancy with all this stuff. What I would propose is to make a amendment to the bill which would allow concealed carry permit holders who have already gone through the process of doing all this stuff a buy, or something where we have the ability to bypass all this other stuff that needs to be done. Combine some of this stuff so it actually works better for us. Everybody in this room is going to comply with this law when it goes into effect. Nobody's going to, we're all law-abiding citizens. We're going to do what we need to do. So that would be my suggestion, my thoughts on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, AML Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vargas, correct? You talk about how you were raised around gang violence. I'm not saying you were involved, but do you think that maybe you could explain if the guns that were maybe purchased by these members might have been from the criminal market? Meaning that, do you think that they bought their guns legally or obtained them legally?
Mr. Vargas.
Yes, all guns that are that are obtained by a criminal is always going to be obtained illegally, no matter what. That like if because in the beginning, none of them care about our laws. None of them will ever care about our laws. You can do an entire ban on weapons and weapons will still get through. Look at Mexico. Mexico, they have an entire ban on weapons. Look at all the cartels, they have weapons. Now, I grew up around gang members of NSM, which is the Northside Mafia. My mother actually used to be a gang member. I've had troubles with all my life with gang violence being around me and otherwise, and having to take weapons away from people isn't going to fix that whatsoever. Because at the end of the day, gangs are always going to have guns. And let's just say if you can take away all those guns from the gangs, they're going to be deadly. All you got to do is just plunge and then twist, and then there's no way that you're ever going to be able to survive that, to be honest with you. Gang members and stuff like that, they will always be obtained illegally. And if not, they will find out a way to even build them by themselves. So one way or another, it's just this entire thing of you just disarming innocent people isn't going to help anything at all. The real thing that you need to start doing is just going into gang infested areas and then start doing routine checks on them. Even then, if someone looks suspicious or you see someone doing a drug deal, stop them. You know, we already have we already do that as it is. I'm quite aware, but it's really not stopping anything with this gun violence, with the fentanyl that's coming into the state or anything like that. So to me, like I said, you banning weapons isn't going to help anything. Good, what's the word? Reputation to say, or a good example, there you go, is California. California has a lot of gun laws. You have criminals, I've literally watched videos, you have criminals who break into people's houses midday and steal their things. And these criminals, they don't only go in just one person. No, they go in groups. They go as group of people, and they don't only just carry around like little pistols. No, they carry around drum mags and all these other things. Now, you taking away us from having a gun that has a detachable mag isn't going to fix anything. It's going to cause even more problems. It's going to cause safety problems for people as well. Because let's say if I can't take out the magazine, like as other people said, if I can't take out the magazine and I have a bullet jammed in there, how am I going to get the bullet out?
Further questions for our witnesses? AML Winner.
Thank you, Mr. The fear that you feel in your community, you want to basically meet force with force. You've already talked about how the training requirement would affect you when it comes to the learning piece of it, the learning disability, having to pay for all of this training.
Mr. Vargas.
Well, personally, me, what I think is, like I said, $60, $70, $100 just per session. You know, no one knows on how far this could go on learning and everything else. And as it is, it's if they set it to 40 questions, you're not going to have a lot of people who are going to remember all that. That's all that who have disabilities, especially a person like me. It's like I said, it's already hard. I quite literally can't, like I said, I can't spell. I can't. And like I said, this right here is just, it's ridiculous. To me, I just think it's ridiculous. I think it's not going to help anybody. It's not going to help people with disabilities or anything of that nature. It's just going to make it to the point where, hey, like if you want to have this permit, you got to keep on giving me money until you pass these classes. Keep on stashing that money towards me. And it's just not going to help me. It's not going to help me. It's not going to help other people. You know, you already have background checks, 3-day background checks. You already do that. You already have it where even if you don't pass those background checks, or if they find something in those background checks where you have a criminal record, they're not going to give you that gun. They're not going to give it to you. And like other people have said, you're putting a paywall in between me and my Second Amendment right. Where nowhere else where they don't really do that. And even then, even if they do that, they just have you sign a piece of paper understanding, hey, you understand that you're going to be, you know, you have the eligibility to buy weapons and other things like that. It's like, yeah, I understand that. So, like I said, at the end of the day, it's affecting people like me, or people even more disabled than I am. You know, and at the end of the day, we're people too. We are people too. You'd be surprised on how many people who are disabled, and that even goes with veterans who've even gotten their legs blown off, their hands blown off, half their face is gone. And like I said, if you take away weapons, you're gonna have mass stabbings. You're gonna have stabbings. And worse comes to worse, they're gonna start doing the things that they do in the UK, and they're gonna start throwing acid in people's faces. And that's the last thing that you want. Because I guarantee if a person would survive acid attacks, or because of people are going to start looking at them like they're monsters. But that's all I have to say about that.
Rep. Clifford.
My question is for Mr. Billings. Is that correct? I just wanted to acknowledge before we're out of here today, I would do 2 of those and talk to the sponsors about it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, further questions for this panel of witnesses? All right, seeing none, thank you. It's very abnormal that I recognize a witness. You did get your 2 minutes. If you have something like 2 seconds to say.
I just had an answer for the people asking the questions to the sheriffs, as well as the difference between the MA1 and the AR-15. If those House representatives wanted to ask me those questions, I could answer it for them.
Okay, we appreciate that. I don't see further questions, but thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your time. Okay, David Williams. Rhiannon Danborn. Richard Reinhardt. Lawrence Olson. Mark Fitzwater. All right. Okay, we'll start with the gentleman in the black blazer. State your name, any organization you represent, and you'll have 2 minutes.
All right, hey, my name is Dave Williams. I'm an American, and I don't want my rights infringed upon. Mexico is a perfect example of what this bill is going to do. Now, can any one of you, sir, can you look at me? You, sir, can any one of you actually tell me how many firearms dealers are in Mexico? How many firearm dealers are in Mexico? How many? There's one. Exactly.
Can you let the witness finish his testimony?
That's exactly my point. If you do this bill, you're going to push all of our FFLs out of the state. Now, can anybody tell me how many cartel members would apply the law in Mexico if Claudia Sheinbaum was to say, you know what? SB3 looks good. Let's go ahead and use this for Mexico. How many of them would do that? Absolutely zero. So my point is, in this state, there are criminals. A criminal is a criminal is a criminal. A dog is a dog. Do you understand what I'm saying? They're going to get the firearms regardless of what you do. Do you understand that, sir? Sir, looking down at your computer? Well, I don't know why he's up there.
He helps us run the show.
But anyway, I know you're going to vote probably among party lines, and that's a sad story. It's a very sad story. Because you should be voting to your...
You'll have 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Mark Fitzwater, and I am here today as a husband, a father, a business owner, and a retiring Green Beret who is choosing to stay in Colorado because I love this state and I love my community. I'm doing this to build my business and to contribute to my community. I own I-68 Consulting Group, a defensive shooting training company dedicated to empowering individuals to take responsibility for their own safety. I stand firmly in opposition to Senate Bill 003. Like many of my colleagues have said and will say, this bill is unconstitutional at both the state and federal levels, but is also dangerously impractical. Over the last 8 years, over 70% of my clients have been women. And over half of those women were brand new to defensive shooting. They didn't choose to train with us on a whim. They came because of real world concerns. Some of these women have husbands who travel frequently, just like mine did when I deployed 10 times in service of this great nation. Others have or like the 84-year-old woman who I had the honor of training. And then after the course, she told my wife, safe since my husband passed. These are not hypotheticals. These are real people, real families, real concerns. Men who train with I-68 tell me they want to be better protectors for their loved ones. Some saw the tragedy in Aurora with Trinidad came to me after experiencing home invasion. They do not want to live in fear. On a personal note, I live in Falcon, northeast of Colorado Springs. One morning, my daughter accidentally set off our silent alarm. To my surprise, it took El Paso County Sheriff. I respect El Paso County. They are some of the best. I urge you to vote no on this bill to protect me and my family and my loved ones.
Thank you. We'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Richard 003, and I just as strongly support the recall of anybody who votes for it. I am I am a Marine veteran. I have been highly trained in AR-15 as well as the M1A, probably to a level that exceeds 99% of most of the service even. And I will say it, this education will not decrease gun-related deaths. After the Marine Corps, I became a surgical nurse for 30 years and a mental health nurse for 20 years. I've seen all sorts of trauma, had my hands in all sorts of trauma. There were 48,000 deaths annually throughout the United States, but 1.6 used to defend themselves against violent crime. Of those 48,000 deaths, 70% of them were suicide. Suicide is a mental health problem, not a gun problem. Mass shootings are a mental health problem, not a gun problem. The world has mass shootings despite decades-long gun bans. The UK has mass shootings. Norway has the record for the highest number of fatalities of a mass shooting. This bill will not decrease gun violence or gun deaths. A survey of criminals that were incarcerated showed that 99% of the criminals got their guns illegally. If you want to save lives, gun lives, put your money and your efforts into mental health. If you want to save gun lives, put your money and your efforts into decreasing poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving to the left, state your name and the organization you represent. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Olson. I reside in Arapahoe County. I'm here representing myself and my family. I have 4 items to address in opposition to this bill. First, this bill is a gun ban. If you read section 1, page 3, G8, the definition of a semi-automatic, that definition is in this bill at least 5 times, making 95% of all firearms out there illegal. Second, there's already a pathway for law-abiding citizens to obtain a gun. The law in time that it will require a person market for these weapons. Third, there's nothing in this bill that makes schools, churches, theaters, or a public place safer. The money spent to create everything you need to make this bill work for the public could be spent on security and safety at these places. This bill does nothing to stop or truly protect the public from someone who is going to commit a shooting who has a mental illness. Fourth, this bill infringes on all of Colorado citizens' Second Amendment rights. In closing, Colorado, if they donate $100, you could put that towards use of securing schools, churches, theaters, and public places. If you are mentally ill in Colorado, thank you for your time. Please vote no on this bill.
Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Rep. Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question's for the gentleman in the black jacket, second from the left. Yes, sir, you. First off, thank you to everyone here for testifying today. Shout out to Falcon, Colorado. That's in my district. So, sir, my question to you, you'd mentioned that you have training background in AR-15s and the M1A. Now, I imagine you've seen in the bill the Springfield Armory M1A standard issue rifle is excluded from the requirements that we're requiring for like a traditional AR-15. Can you tell me, is there any different functionally between an AR-15 and an M1A standard issue rifle?
Mr. Reinhardt.
I am not sure why that would be. They both have detachable magazines. They both have high capacity magazines. Functionally, no, I can't see why they would be any different.
Rep. Caldwell.
Sorry. Thank you, sir. Yes, so they both take detachable magazines. They're both semi-automatic, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions for this panel of witnesses? All right, seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Michael Swanson. Cynthia Lyons. Brian Patrick. Ralph Mack. Dale Martin. Richard Lontine. Brian, okay. All right. We will start with the gentleman on my right. State your name, any organization you represent. You'll have 2 minutes. Yes.
Okay.
And make sure the mic's turned on.
Richard Lontine, and I just represent myself.
Before I begin, I simply want to say, regardless of your political affiliation, you are here to stand up for what is right. Even if it means standing alone. Decades longer than I have been alive are slowly being eroded. The purpose of the Second Amendment is not about hunting or sport. It is a check and balance. To balance the people against oppression and to keep the agents of tyranny in check. The next 4 years will be a test of our nation. Our checks and balances may be bent and others may be broken. To citizens of the recommend that you oppose HB 25-003. It must not be put into law. The people must be prepared for a day that I pray will never come.
Thank you. Moving to, just want to make sure, were you done with your testimony? I just want to make sure if you were done.
I'm done.
Moving to, and you will have 2 minutes.
My name is Brian Patrick. I represent myself. The root of the issue is people. Instead of focusing on the firearm regulation, we need to be focusing on the real problem, which is why people commit evil acts. We need to be addressing the issue of children and adolescents playing violent video games and watching violent movies, desensitizing their growing brains to blood, gore, violence, evil, and death. Parents need to be afforded the ability to be present, and is forcing parents to work long hours and or multiple jobs to afford to live. People and their children do not inherently walk the line of evil. It is instilled in them by what, rather than focusing on the inert object, the firearm, we should be focusing on supporting our families and communities' healthy growth in society. This bill will not address the insane rates of increase of assault, burglary, and motor vehicle theft in this state. This is because bad people do not play by the rules. Good is the only remedy to evil, and we are good. Each one of you sitting at your posts are elected officials that represent the citizens of Colorado. And it is without doubt that the voice is against this bill and any further firearm regulation. It is your duty to represent the citizens of Colorado. With that, there is only any further firearm regulation for Colorado in the future.
Okay, moving to the left. Sir, you'll have 2 minutes. State your name, any organization you represent. You may proceed.
My name is Alf Meck. I am here representing myself. I just wanted to talk about a couple things. When I always thought the intent was to reduce gun violence, but this is clearly along with a lot of the other bills that have been submitted in this session, an attempt to increase training for those things. A gun is just a tool. It's the intent of the people that wield that tool amongst any other tool. There's 3 types of gun violence. First one, suicide. Or we've got lots of mountains around here. You can just drive off the side of a mountain if you really want to commit suicide. So gun violence, eliminating guns from the suicide element is not going to do a whole lot. Second thing is homicide, specifically murders, usually perpetrated by criminals, gang members. A lot of these folks are bred in marginalized communities. A majority of people I would say a majority of their victims are in marginalized communities. Then you've got the mass shootings. It's a very small percentage. You know, everybody hates that happens, but it is a reality. Evil has existed forever. There are people, and there's not much that you can do to detect that. And even after it's happened, it's hard to even reason why it happened.
Okay, thank you. Now you on the end.
My name is Cynthia Lyons. I don't represent anybody but myself. I am a 30-year medically retired United States Army reservist. I'm also a writer. My cousin at Washington on January 2nd, 2023, her murderer was not a guy with a gun. This guy broke her ribs with his fist, broke her fingers because all she had was her hands to fight back with. She was found naked from the waist down, along with drugs near her feet. He was on the Nationally Sex Offender Registry. He confessed as on the first-degree murder charge. Not all women are like this in a quote safe social services apartment, which they allowed a nationally registered sex offender to be on. Firearm. I'm a Christian, and churches are increasingly vulnerable to criminal use of firearms. Not all hands murder and not all guns are used in murders. Second Amendment codifies keeping and bearing arms to be protected by both state and federal governments. Federal government has few but defined laws, and the state has, with an unnatural fear of guns, really should be the one getting counseling, because I think it's irrational. When fear is followed by anger, it results in action and motivation. When that if it happens to me, I usually get my house clean. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have questions. I just want to tell you I'm terribly sorry for your loss, and thank you for being here to tell your story.
Okay, committee members, further questions? All right. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your stories. Thank you for your testimony. Do it. Hart.
Turn it off.
Jordan Edmondson. To my right, you will have 2 minutes to state any organization you represent, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman, Committee, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Hope Scheppelman. '70s. You live in Pagosa Springs, a quiet rural town hospital. mind, you grab your one purchase the day before because a gentleman with a rifle was trying to aim and shoot at you and your husband. I have a CCW. I have trained, but I will not be afraid and in danger from anybody. As I gripped my semi-automatic rifle, the phone rang in a reverse 911 alert. Armed and dangerous suspect in your area, lock your doors. But you know what? I didn't have to worry about that. I saw him face to face. With the threats and the sirens wailing behind me, the suspect leaps into the bushes, leaped over a 4-foot fence, and decided to run from the police. The police ended up surrounding him. He is now known as a methamphetamine addict who was attacking young women. Lastly, I want to say one thing. As I ask you guys sitting before me, if this bill passed and this was 5 months ago, I wouldn't be here. I would be dead.
Thank you. Okay, moving to the left, you have 2 minutes, state your name, any organization you represent.
Right here.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Jordan. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here to represent my family and my mountain community who couldn't be here today. As a lifelong rural resident of Colorado, I feel increasingly less represented here in the capital and in the state. And as a gun owner and a participant in my civil rights, I feel continuously treated like a criminal and a potential threat by an activist anti-gun culture here in the capital and in the state in general, where the majority of our elected officials here treat me as an issue. We're always the first to be blamed for if anything goes wrong, and we're always last to be considered. The same proponents and people that pass these legislations and bills seem to waste no time to dance on the graves of victims and take the moral high ground of any issue and clad themselves in armor of false virtue. With emotional testimony to garner support, intellectual dishonesty with disingenuous statistics, and morally banked up reasoning because they are entirely captured by an activist culture, entirely prioritizing looking good instead of doing good. This law is nothing more than redundant and ineffective law because it doesn't address the issue. It doesn't hold those who commit these crimes accountable and instead treats us like we're at fault. The leadership is simply poor. That's the issue. Leadership that has bankrupted this state. We are sitting in a 1.2 and increasing deficit. The state has plundered the coffers of the hardworking taxpayer in Colorado and are now looking to defer the responsibility onto CPW and looking to use their budget, nearly a third of it, to basically enterprise portion of this bill. CPW.
Thank you. All right, moving to the left, you'll have 2 minutes, state any organization you represent and your name.
My name is
You may
Brad
proceed.
Murch. I am in opposition to this. My daughter, 17-year-old, about 100-pound wet. She's been harassed. She's been followed by sometimes multiple people at a time from school, from work, from other locations. She has to drive to me or local law enforcement facilities. She is also an FFA participant, and her animals suffer from the threat of predators as well. She has had those solo, some come in groups of 45 plus. For our local economies from dangerous and evasive threats. I have trained her that when there is an issue with the weapon, the proper way to clear the weapon is to unload it before manipulating it. And as it stands, her age, she still has several more years before she can defend herself with the tools that we're trying to ban here. As a veteran, I do not like being attacked by the people that support this bill and the implementation of training that the government and other entities have already afforded me. We used to have free public available safety classes, and now we have to pay with both money and time. Now, those that have had the training and those that want to use their Second Amendment rights have to have training that you decide is okay. I left Denver because of the crime and the policies that have tied my hands. I have had several friends leave the state because of the policies that have been passed in prior seasons. It is clear that you're politically unsafe. Stay away from my rights. Thank you.
Thank you. And last on the end here, state your name and the organization you represent. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Christopher Michael Duffy. I represent myself. I am a U.S. Army Airborne Infantry veteran. I have recently moved to the state of Colorado and just became a resident. I stand in opposition to HB25-003 because this bill camouflages itself as training, where me being a prior concealed carry permit holder or a veteran does not stand enough as training. I have to go and I have to pay again to get more training in order to possess firearms that, one, I already own. And if I wanted to get more, then I'd have to pay more. I am debating on getting a concealed carry permit because of the cost. It's $145, or I don't know the cost that I'm going to have to pay to then go out and buy the guns that I want to buy. Also, it's putting me on a registry that I do not believe is constitutional. CPW, you granting CPW the right, granting them access to deny me my civil rights, and then outright putting restrictions on law-abiding citizens does nothing to stop crime. Criminals are going to get their hands on guns illegally, no matter what you do, whether it be from another country or another state. Also, the average police response time in Denver is 29 minutes. If that doesn't scare you, it should. And I believe you have the right to protect yourself. And 30 minutes is a long time to wait. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. All right. Richard Wilson. Kelly Murphy. Matt, I think we already had, yeah, we had Matt Turner. Michael Vance. Carson Green. Ryan Staley. Troy Guston. Brandon Mimiga? Mimiaga. Brandon Mimiaga. All right. All right. Starting with the gentleman in the suit to my right, state your name, any organization you represent. You will have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Judiciary Committee, for letting us have this opportunity to speak and hanging in here this long. My name is Richard Wilson, MD. I'm president of the Colorado Gun Collectors Association. I hate violence as much as anyone in this room. With the proposed legislation to ban commonly used modern firearms, you're going to deprive a lot of people of their Second Amendment rights. Asking people to pay a lot of money, jump through a lot of hoops, and get registered as a gun owner is turning their right as an American into a privilege controlled by the government. As many people know, throughout history, registration has frequently been the last step before confiscation. The Second Amendment was written into the Bill of Rights because our founding fathers had first-hand experience with the tyranny of King George III. They knew that we were going to have a democratic republic as our form of government without a king, but they still insisted on including the Second Amendment. So they were afraid almost 250 years ago of what is happening today. Instead of a king, a political body is trying to disarm its citizens. This is the Democratic Party. You're the tyrants our founding fathers were afraid of. Ben Franklin was one of our founding fathers, and he once said, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." These gun control laws are not about keeping us safe. They're about keeping you safe from the rebellion against your tyranny. Your singling out of special groups for higher taxes is only one form of your tyranny. In Mexico in 1972, they banned firearm possession for the common person, and now 50 years later, the country of Mexico is largely run by drug cartels in many places, who have all the illegal guns they want. What is to keep that from happening here if you disarm the average citizen? Next, are you going to outlaw pickup trucks?
Thank you. Left, state your name, any organization you represent, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ryan Staley. I am representing myself and we the people, everyone here and not here. I am opposed to SB 25-003. First, I would like to just start with, from my heart, to say over the entire history of the United States that my condolences go out to all those who have lost their life to gun violence. With that being said, I would like now to switch to a logic side of things and to say that let's look at the things simply as a simple equation. 1 is equal to 1. 1 is not equal to 0. So thus, if a criminal has a firearm and the law-abiding citizen has none or not an equal type of firearm, their chances to fight back against such firearms is pretty much none. So thus, while there is no perfect system and solution, I prefer that there is more freedom and more choice for the tools to defend ourselves against those that are criminals that will ignore laws and regulations. And there is nothing to say that criminals can't go way beyond semi-automatic firearms and not possess fully automatic firearms or the means to modify them to do such. So as such, I would prefer to have the best tools possible to defend myself. You don't have to like guns, in which case you could choose not to have them, but me, I would prefer to keep those rights and have the chance to defend myself. So in closing, there's no perfect system. Perfection is arguably subjective, but I do believe, however, more freedom is better than not enough. I believe the people that are the criminals, we need to be focusing more on them and systems to better contain and keep them in lock and not infringe upon our Second Amendment rights. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Moving to the left, gentleman in the trust and sign shirt. State your name, any organization you represent. You'll have 2 minutes.
Carson Green, representing myself, Park County. I'm against all encroachment on liberty and especially in criminal and anti-constitutional rules like this. I don't think your stated intent of improving safety is remotely honored by making it tremendously more expensive and difficult for law-abiding citizens to utilize the most effective and common firearms based on technology from the late 1800s. The Second Amendment had nothing to do with hunting. It was about preventing tyranny. Any additional requirements for documentation of what someone has is increased violation of the rights of individuals to participate in their liberty. The framers' intent was never to enable the government to know who has what weapons. A point was raised by a committee member about the cost of firearms being prohibitive on their own. I'd like to point out that wouldn't be an issue in many cases of traditional parent and grandparent passing firearms onto their kids and grandkids that's also negatively affected by this unconstitutional bill. I learned firearms safety and much about our nation's history from my grandfather, who was one of the first FBI agents. I'm disappointed in how so much taxpayer funds are wasted already. Let's not add massively more to that bill, by creating obviously unconstitutional laws like this, knowing they will be immediately and rightly challenged in the courts. It's clear this type of encroachment on our rights will primarily hurt those of lesser socioeconomic status who are Also most likely to encounter dangerous situations, that possessing one of these typical firearms would enable them to protect themselves, their family, and or other innocents in their proximity. The reality is there are many millions of these standard firearms in our country and state. They're not going away and will be endlessly available to those who don't follow the law. Crime is on the rise, law enforcement response times are on the decline, and we shouldn't be making it more expensive and difficult for citizens to be able to protect themselves and those they care about. As has been seen around the world in the places where the population's been increasingly disarmed, criminals will always find a way to hurt a lot of people if they so desire. When someone drives into a crowd with the intent to hurt people, I'd rather know more of our public is armed and prepared to help stop the threat. Please don't support this unconstitutional bill. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Mimiaga, you will have 2 minutes. State any organization you represent. You may proceed.
My name is Brandon Mimiaga, and I support, and the organization I support is myself and my brother Jason Mimiaga, as well as the militia of the United States, as defined by Tench Cox. Okay, the Yeomanry of America from 16 to 60 is the militia of the United States. He also says that their sword and every other terrible implement of the soldier are the birthright of an American. That means that it doesn't matter if it is a weapon of war, okay? I have access to it because in his 1788 article in the Philadelphia Gazette, he states that the militia must be able to stand up to any army and that the force must be irresistible because the government is in fact the enemy when it comes to forcing tyranny on us. Therefore, this law directly violates the Second Amendment. It doesn't just violate it, it usurps it because you know damn well that this violates the Constitution. And you know damn well of what you're doing and why you're doing it. So therefore, it is you usurping the Constitution, not just violating it, because you are doing it willingly and without remorse. You have violated your oath to the Constitution, which means nothing you say ever again, pardon me, those of you that vote in favor of this, your word means nothing anymore because you have violated an oath. They are just, okay, that oath you took to support and defend the Constitution is just, I yield my time.
Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Okay, James Peterson. Let's see. Levgeny Gretsenko. Hunter Platt. Damian Griffin. James Berta. Russell Ziegler. Michael Wilmot. Ian Moore. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to testify on this legislation that has not yet gotten a chance? Okay. I see about 4 hands, purple shirt, and then, and I'll call you up on the next panel as well. I just want to give 4 seats up here right now. Yep. And then gentleman in the back. Yes. And then I think there's about 1 more panel here in person. So. Okay, we'll start with the gentleman in the purple shirt. State your name, any organization you represent. You will have 2 minutes.
All right, can you hear me?
On.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Robert Lopez. I represent Represent myself, my family. We're a very large family. So anyways, to all the sponsors and all the representatives that are here today, I'm humbly and genuinely asking for your understanding and favor to vote against this bill. I have two nieces and a mother that I protect daily, whether it's at school or just doing our daily errands. Our firearms, sorry about that. My mother is 65 years old. She survives on survivor's benefits and Social Security. She barely makes it by each month. I have lost a couple of girlfriends, and by lost, I mean they are no longer physically with us. My life was nearly taken a couple years ago at a park, and it is continually at risk. I was once on your side of the fence fighting for gun control, but have come to the realization that no matter what policies we pass or court orders are given by risk, and no one will be there quick enough to save me except myself. I am part of a safety team. I come from a very large family, and my family for many generations have served in every branch of our military. It is a human right and a constitutional right to have access to the proper tools. I have a human right and a constitutional right to protect my life, my family, and my community against mass shooters and killers who threaten my safety, my family's safety, and my community's safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving to the gentleman in the suit. State your name, any organization you represent. You may proceed.
Yes, first and foremost, thank you. My name is Ian Moore. I represent myself and every concerned citizen in Colorado, and I represent myself as a concerned citizen and someone that wants to be more informed and more involved as of lately because of the concerning laws that we are trying to pass. And I, as a afflicted person with severe ADHD, do believe that not only the test taking part of this law that or this bill that is going to be passed is extremely discriminatory, not only to those who have learning disabilities such as myself, but those who are passionate for their Second Amendment and want to be able to not only enjoy the basic freedoms that our founding fathers had instilled into our system, but also to make sure that everyone is as educated as far as gun safety. I believe truly that this starts from home. That education is about gun safety, common sense, morality, all starts from home, and that we need to start looking at it appropriately. We need to start addressing the source cause of these evildoers, and instead of placing blame directly and generally onto gun owners themselves. And I speak passionately. This is my first time doing any kind of a protest, and I appreciate you all. Thank you so very much for taking the position and title that you are representing. But I need you to represent the people. I need you to do so. We trust each and every single one of you to make sure that we are represented fairly and treated with human dignity. And we need to make sure that that is continued and represented in every single action that we do. And if you vote yes, that you are in favor of this bill, you will be showing not only that you have constitutionally taken, but also that you're defying the people in which you are serving. I want to say thank you not only for hearing me and giving me an opportunity to give me a chance to speak my voice, but for those who are not here, that do not feel that they are capable or brave enough to say this. Thank you. I can see you.
Thank you. And now moving down the line, sir, state your name, any organization you represent. You may proceed. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Keith Klum, and I represent myself and other gun owners here in Colorado. I am here in opposition to this bill. I live right up the street here in downtown Denver, and I have been shot by a criminal with a gun. I was able to defend myself with the same type of gun that you now deprive me of. The criminal who shot me unfortunately got away, and as far as we all know, is still able to terrorize others. I'm ecstatic to hear that you would disarm me in the misguided farce of making this city safer. It is liberal progressive failures of this and previous legislatures that has created a cesspool of crime and dollar shortfall, yet here you are spending more of our money to try and take away our constitutional rights. You are hiding behind the Constitution that you took to an oath to uphold so you can defend yourselves. There is no greater threat to our rights, property, and liberty, civil rights. The base of the tower in front of this building, right out front, not just your personal unconstitutional agenda. The fact that you had to illegally circumvent the county sheriffs and put in place a workaround to steal funds.
Every time I questioned them, they came off the street. Down in our city, we've had a number of, we lost 11 guns that were secured. However, they broke it, stole them. And the consequence of that, once they were caught, the guns were not recovered. And the judicial system turned basically threw the book at them. They were given probation and community service. Anybody that would violate this law, you're proposing burglars, the ones that stole the guns. I would hope that everybody looks at this, basically, abridgment of the constitutional rights, which it appears to be on the bill, and Colorado will be watching. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. I know some of you waited a really long time.
Thank you for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, who else in the room wishes to testify but has not yet had the chance? Okay, I see 4 hands. Wait, maybe I saw 5. Because there are 5 hands, can we pull up a chair? Thank you to the Sergeant at Arms. Oh, it looks like somebody's already got it. They already got it. Okay, we're gonna start on my right. State your name, any organization you represent.
It's so damn confusing. Who the hell knows what you guys are going to do once you get this passed? Nobody knows. Shame on you. This should be simple. We live in a free country. The only way we're going to keep it free is to keep our rights intact. This is probably the most important right. I thought freedom of speech was, but this protects freedom of speech. I think of the poor people over in Ukraine. They got a leader who imprisoned their political opponents, took away their guns and their accurate shot with, in hopes that they
State your name, any organization you represent. You will have 2 minutes.
Council, my name is Brian Moore. Brings me here today to speak up for my family and friends. I'm asking you to vote no on this. I mean, I've got about 10 minutes worth of stuff here. We could go on and on, but the problem is you're on the wrong path. Please, I'm asking you, regardless of party lines, consider the Constitution and consider where we are as Americans. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving down the line, state your name, any organ.
My name is Quentin Porget. I'm representing myself, and I am against SB 003. I did not make a statement, but I'm just doing my job coming down here speaking to you individuals. Listen, nobody wants to be involved in a mass shooting. I think we can all agree on that, okay? But one of the quickest ways that you could stop an individual with a weapon is with a weapon. Who do you call when somebody breaks into your house? The police. What do they have? Weapons. Are there
I don't know about you, but this is not as quick as that's all.
Okay, to the gentleman on the end, you will have 2 minutes, state any organization you represent, and your name. You may proceed.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Benjamin Schwartz. You know, I turned it off. My name is Benjamin. The question that we should all be asking is, okay, well, did it work? You know, this is from wirepoints.org. It says, Chicago, once again, was the nation's homicide capital in 2024 with 573 murders, the 13th year in a row that the Windy City has suffered more murders than anywhere else in the country. And that's a little difficult because this rate was 87 per 100K in 2018. Many fees onto law-abiding citizens in order to exercise their rights. So, for example, I know you, sir, were having a discussion with the guy who was sitting in this chair talking about CCW permitting. I paid $100 for my CCW training, an additional 120 for the permit in Boulder County. You know, evidently now I'll have to do another additional 40 for hunter safety training, and then, you know, who knows how much there's an additional training requirement, plus the taxes on guns and ammo now. So we're talking about somewhere around $300 to $500 to exercise something that is ostensibly a right. Please consider voting no on this.
Okay, to the gentleman on the end, you will have 2 minutes, state your name and any organization you represent. You may proceed.
My name is Bennett Rutledge of Centennial, Colorado, and I am speaking for myself from my own heart only. Originally, I intended to participate in this hearing with written text. It's the one with the picture of Ruby Johnson and the peace officers attached to it. I still think it's worth looking at, but it occurred to me as I was sitting here in this room that we're not talking about gun control anymore. We're not talking about controlling dangerous objects anymore. We're talking about mind control. That this bill will set the precedent of requiring a permission card from the government to study a certain subject. It will require going to government employees specifically designated to teach this subject. It will require getting a 90% score on whatever test happens to be invented by these people to exercise what ought to be a straightforward constitutional right. What else could be done to totally upend the government education system, which is supposed to be free, which is supposed to be provide what's necessary for a citizen, and which is supposed to be available to all at your own expense? Go to an alternative. I think that about covers what I have to say.
Committee members, do we have questions for this panel of witnesses? AML Bacon.
I'm sorry, my question is for, is it Mr. Bennett or?
Bennett Rutledge.
Bennett Rutledge, excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm looking at your letter. So I have two questions. I guess I'm trying to understand if this is something you do think, but, because you said no kidding, but we should ban it thoroughly and completely if we wanted to kind of find some sort of equality. But also I am curious about your reference to and how that connects to what you were saying here today.
Mr. Rutledge.
Basically, that photograph, the case of Ruby Johnson versus Denver, you may remember that from last summer. She was confronted by peace officers, mistakenly thinking that she was involved with crime somehow. And they did such a thorough investigation that her house was no longer inhabitable. And she was awarded $3.75 million in injuries and damages. And basically I say you should do a thorough job of it and not make exceptions for organizations that have built histories of gun violence for themselves. If Ruby Johnson isn't enough of an example, I offer 22.
Bacon.
And so in this case, would you be referring to, so Ruby Johnson's my concern.
And as we're looking at the possibility of having some additional restriction or regulation on a class, and not all weapons, not the opportunity to go buy an AR-15, but the opportunity to go buy an AR-15 that has a detachable magazine, and the training requirement being that nexus, whether or not you have a firearm that's infinitely loadable on the fly, or whether you have to stop and reload at 16 rounds, and then a training requirement that happens to be in there. But I've been having a hard time reaching that you when there are a litany of other firearms that are available, or even the same firearm, but simply restricting yourself to 16 rounds. Some of the argument that I have for those types of things is we also don't allow you, without going through training hoops, but other hoops. If you'd like to have a rocket-propelled grenade launcher as a United States citizen, there are legal ways that you, where we draw the line then constitutionally on when we say, no, that weapon is too much and requires training or doesn't. And why don't we just let you have RPGs at home? Anyone that, preferably you, actually, you seem to, woman in the white shirt.
So for myself, sir, the way I look at the nexus with training, specifically focusing to training, is this. When you're handling a firearm, I don't know if you own firearms or not, and this invitation is open for all of y'all. If y'all want to come shoot with me, I have a good selection. You're more than welcome to come privately to come participate.
Permission. Dialogue, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
yes, you may dialogue, Rep. Clifford.
Sorry, I should announce myself, Brian Moore. So,
thank you.
Y'all are more than welcome to come out. train you and make you safe so you can experience the firearms. To go through a training that ultimately, unless they are constantly reinforcing that training, it'll be moot.
I seems to be the difference.
Right.
What I don't see any prohibition against purchase of any firearm up to that point. I need to understand the limitation there.
For me, it's the prerequisite.
Okay.
Okay, you're requiring somebody to have, because of course you have to do this first. If you pass that, you can go to the next stage. Same thing. Our rights aren't regulated like that. Our rights are very clear and concise. You have the right to keep and bear arms. Very simple.
I think they are. I think they are. Tells you that you can't purchase anything at all, and I'm other than a detachable magazine, and that nexus is the only thing that is restricted that requires training.
The last iteration that I read was when you have to pass the classes. If you have to pass a class to prove that you are worthy of your rights, that's a problem.
The right to purchase.
Right.
There's nothing in this bill that takes your right to buy an AR-15 away. The only thing that changes is your right to have that considered a right.
It's a part of the firearm. It wouldn't work without it.
Yeah, you absolutely can commercially purchase fixed magazines of the weapon to work.
I've never had an AR-15 with a fixed magazine.
And when we're done, sir, if you'll just Google fixed magazines for AR-15s, they're
I've got one coming, actually, another one.
Anyway, thank you. No
AML Bacon.
Because I heard you say something that I thought was interesting. We've had the Second Amendment read to us a few times here today. In the right says to bear arms, right? It does not say you have a right to purchase one. Limited that a bunch of other ways. But I would say, for example, if you have a felony, right, you can't.
You forfeited, correct.
Right? But there's something that I feel like it's missing, and I'm just curious your thoughts on this. So I apologize for the musings at 6:45 p.m. If you have you have a right to own land per se, right? It's just pursuit of happiness per se.
Correct.
And then in the last couple of 100 years, though, no one's talked about that if you have a right to a gun, no one's talked about that they have to be purchased. Because what that means to me is there is a natural barrier. It's called the price, right? Like, we're not giving away guns for free. That, right? Like, if it was truly a right to oh, okay.
Amo Bacon.
All right, sorry. That's all right.
And I think he might have actually a better answer.
Amo.
Them home, but you have to register them, right? And so I think that's what I'm getting at. Like some of these nuances matter when we're talking about rights and access, right? And what that means. But like I said, in this country, we have created a barrier to accessing them, and it's called purchasing them, right? And not everybody can, but that seemed to go on, for a couple hundred years. And so I think I was just trying to manage with some of that dissonance. But thank you for my afternoon therapy.
Sure.
You do not have to. Thank you for talking with me, sir. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Apologies.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your testimony. I know we've had some folks in and out. Is there anybody in the room who has not yet had the chance to testify who would like a chance to testify? Could you raise your hand? All right. Yes, sir. I see one person. Is there anyone? Come up. All right, yeah. All right, no one else in the room? You have already testified, sir. Okay, I'm gonna call some remote witnesses as well to try to fill out this panel. Jay Seifert, Amos Southers, Greg Burov, Emily Adams, Matthew Adams. Any of those names online? Okay. Let's also add Michelle Gillian and Brian Cordell if they're also online. We'll start in the room. To the gentleman on the far right, my right. State your name, any organization you represent. You'll have 2 minutes and you may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Josh Johnson. I don't represent any particular organization. I'm just a concerned citizen who was notified about this hearing maybe about 2 hours ago. I apologize if I reiterate anything that's been said today. I kind of came in and I heard some of the arguments that were in play, and I just kind of want to make more of a comment on that. One of the things that I noticed just in the last few minutes is that what we've been discussing primarily is the difference between the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. And what I'm noticing a lot when it comes to legalisms is the argument in regards to whether or not we should be honoring the Second Amendment as the letter of the law in regards to what each individual word may necessarily mean, rather than the spirit of the law in regards to what the founders actually wanted. And what I hear by this is that we will only apply it to certain things that we as in, any individual person may disagree with. In the conversation that we are having here a second is like, we are talking about purchasing. Could you purchase or should they be given out for free? I don't think that was ever anything that was specifically intended in the regards to they should own. And the only way to own is to purchase. That is the spirit of the law. The same thing is when you're talking about whether or not we should have the right to have a specific type of weapon. It's sort of like saying, okay, great, you have the right to life. Does that mean that if we put you in jail, you still have that right? If we lock you away for a long time, does you still retain it? We are now stripping away certain parts of that spirit that is the essence of the constitutional amendment itself. Thank you.
Always been my home and will always be. I'm concerned that we're trying to beat states like Colorado to the bottom. concerns me greatly. Specifically with this issue, I appreciate you guys taking the time. It's been a long day. I've been here for most of it. Being in the effort to make a good decision on this. I'm a little concerned that we had upwards of 10 law enforcement officers, typically the senior person in their districts here, asking you to vote against this bill, and we've been kind of ignoring them. And that concerns me greatly. But secondly, that kind of leads me to my next thought, is that if this is such a great thing, and I'm sure your constituents think it is, well, why don't you, maybe we should take it to that local level, because for the majority of Colorado, this is not the right thing. And therefore, hey, that's great. Your constituents want it. Let's
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll call Mr. Jay Seifert. There you go. Mr. Is it Seifert?
Seifert, close enough.
And who you represent.
Hello, my name is Jay Seifert, and I am representing myself as well as my own gun store, Elk River Guns. Guys, this is probably now the 10th committee here I've had to testify against this year. Largely, first of all, I think that there's a gross misunderstanding about what constitutes bearable arms and also you purchase them. By and large, essentially, if you are required to pay something to exercise your right, including the Second Amendment, that has largely been regarded as a poll tax, which has been found to be resoundingly unconstitutional, as well as, as many others have mentioned, disproportionately effectively able to do so. On top of that, too, guys, the state is already looking at running a pretty massive deficit this year. Businesses like mine help generate a lot of sales tax actually for the counties that we live in, as well as the state. This will likely be struck down in court, but will cost millions of Coloradans their jobs and businesses, as well as, eventually resulting in the state spending millions of dollars on losing legal, basically challenges. Surely there are more useful things that can be used for the body's time other than trying to remove the constitutionally guaranteed rights of many Americans. There are so many things we can do to make Coloradans' everyday lives better. This is not one of them.
I'm here to steadfastly oppose this bill and ask that you do not cast an aye vote. I am a father of two and an avid competitive shooter, and I was born and raised here in the Front Range. A bill such as this passing will undoubtedly neuter the sport shooting culture in Colorado, which in turn will negatively impact the entire culture of law enforcement and military shooting skill in this state and nationwide. To this day, civilian competition shooters are contracted by law enforcement departments and military alike to instruct them in performance shooting. Some from Colorado and many armed professionals participate in these fully volunteer sports here in this state as well. Every weekend here, ordinary citizens are working towards becoming as proficient and safe as possible without government regulation. With guns that you are hoping to restrict, we will lose this culture within one generation and pursuit of excellence onto our children. Additionally, from a defensive perspective, home. With the tool that is easiest for, will these bills pass muster when the will follow? Will they pass common use case of Heller or the historical tradition test in Bruin? I'm not lawyer, but none of that sounds cheap. Or easy. As God's ban that creates significant safety concerns and negatively impacts the culture of excellence in
Sir, is that Emily Adams? Ma'am, if you can state your name, who you represent, you also have 2 minutes.
I believe you also called my husband. Well, when you have a mission, the first thing to do is to identify the purpose. And I would like to wishfully believe that your purpose is public safety. And a lot of the analogies I've heard have been, those have been. CDOT vehicle manufacturers to regulate the speed that vehicles can be on, and why aren't there speed bumps every 100 meters on I-70? Because the truth is that won't stop vehicular deaths, and it won't improve public safety or, with the logic per this bill would be, what about if we attack religious freedom next and say that because there are so many religious fanatics that commit crime, that let's require a 12-hour 2-day class with a 90% pass rate test for people to be able to exercise their religious freedoms, and make sure that they have a license to themselves in public safety. The truth is that won't help. A license to have to go to church won't help. For its merits, not its political leanings. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Adams, I do just want to flag, we're not trying to be consistent. There was somebody else in the room who tried to read somebody else's testimony, and we said each person gets 2 minutes, so we're trying to stick to that. I will say, I expect that we will be going after 9 o'clock. If Matthew wants to log back in, potentially he can try again, okay?
I appreciate that, and I hope to be asked questions, as 2 minutes is a very short period of time after being here with you for 10 hours, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for our panel of witnesses?
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear more about your conversation in the spirit. It kind of piqued my interest, and I don't know if that was all of it, but definitely piqued my interest.
I'm sorry, Emil, what was the question?
He was chatting about a conversation he had into that, and I just want a little bit more of the background and where you're going with it, since I wasn't privy to the conversation before. That's all, sir.
Yes, understood. It was actually as I was sitting in depending on how detailed you want to get. And what we always seem to ignore is what the actual spirit of what was the actual purpose for this this amendment to be passed. The people at the time had just fought a revolution against Great Britain and had lost loved ones and didn't want to have to fight their government once again and wanted a way.
AML winner.
So based on what you said there, I appreciate it. I know it's been a long time since 1776, but don't you think that spirit's worth keeping? I think sometimes as Americans, we can take
Go ahead, sir.
Those people over there, those are civilians. Those are civilians that were given necessarily have to come within, but sometimes it can come from without. I think part of the reason why the Japanese never ended up trying to invade California, which they had planned on doing, was because there would be a weapon behind every blade of grass. That is kind of part of that spirit. The idea that
Just wanted to kind of respond to what you said. And maybe all of us have just been itching for a conversation after 10 hours. Is because this is judiciary, and quite frankly, court has spent a lot of time at looking at the different words. And the court in the last couple of years, in the Second Amendment, have talked about historical context. And that's why I'm asking the question. Because at the time of the founding, certain people could not That's I think where I was going with that by way of the context, since we've been talking about the right to bear versus have access to. Seems like the question on access has also been around as long as this country. I don't a couple hours ago. I don't want you to solve America. If you want to, feel free. But that was what we're getting at for the commentary.
May I ask you a question?
May we dialogue, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may dialogue. You may dialogue.
Okay, sorry.
How many, because we're obviously talking about slavery, right? If
other things too.
If
women,
Sure, absolutely, absolutely. What do you think would have changed if the slaves were able to have weapons?
I don't think we're having here is talking about why particular people and frankly, people of color want to be armed, and they want to be armed to face an injustice. And so my question was, will people then acknowledge because Huey Newton said that we could talk about Black Panthers all day, right? But to build a fear based off of injustice to then go and use that for the same purpose. You know what I mean? Is what I'm trying to understand.
Who prevents injustice from happening?
I would say in this country, we believe in three branches of government, and we are a country of laws, right? And so I think it's important for the same document you're talking about. I guess I'm being interviewed. For the same document we're talking about, we have had to challenge we the people. What does that mean, right? But I do believe there was an opportunity to talk about founding fathers. And if anyone was armed would they have been a slave, they did make a conscious decision. And they made a decision on who can access it for this point. They didn't want their property to leave them. And so so I'm trying to figure out what that means now.
Right? Sorry, keep going. I apologize.
No, I thank you for listening to me. I just said in the microphone, maybe we should do a podcast episode.
That would be great.
But, you know. Okay, sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you
very much for engaging.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? AML winner.
You talked about with several different injustices that have occurred in since the country was founded, and it's absolutely true. One of the concerns I think that every single person sitting here feels is that all those injustices were done by one organization, and that was the United States government, and that were state governments, and those were in a panel like this who decided who were people, who got to have rights, who got to possess what, and that's why we are all sitting here today.
Rep. Clifford.
Just super quick, but not really a question. I just want to acknowledge some of the reasons we're not asking a lot of questions is we really do want as many people to be able to testify as possible. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your testimony. I will echo Rep. Clifford that put a time limit on this, and we Xander Ortaleva, Elijah Land, Giovanni Rapola. All of these folks are going to be online. There's nobody else in person. Two of those? Okay. I'm going to keep going. Spencer Powers Ackley. Edgar Rare. I'll call him next because he's horrible. Oh, is there somebody in the room? Zachary Bergston. Seth Stern.
I've never done this before, so I'm trying not to be nervous.
Mark Lundenberg or Mark Lundberg, Dean Friedline. And
Go ahead and fill this out.
if none of those names are on, we'll just start with the folks in the room. Okay. Let's start with the folks we got in the room. We'll start with the gentleman in the black jacket on my left. Present. You will have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Okay, first, is this thing working? Okay. All right, I wasn't sure I could speak because McCoy. I live up in the mountains. I'm here representing myself and everybody else who is free. So basically, I have some stuff submitted online, but I took some notes today, and I did want to say that number one, I am against this, and number two, because I believe there are many arbitrary and capricious, without sound basis and reason, in picking the weapons that were targeted in the potential bans and restrictions. As far as potentially putting them out of reach of people and other deep into my retirement. I don't have any heirs that like guns and they don't want them. And so maybe when I get maybe too feeble to go to a range, I would like to dissolve my stock to increase my funds for existence. I also oppose the role of CPW to be a gun agency and the money shell game diversion that will actually cost the state more in the end, diverting from one fund from their wildlife.
Just a fairness, I'm giving everybody about 2 minutes. All right.
Okay,
So,
I'm sorry.
yeah, no worries, no worries. Same deal. State your name, any organization you represent. You will have 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. My name is Aaron Wider. I'm representing myself. I'm also representing my we're a group of people. It's always been kind of attacked for who we are. I've been personally attacked for being Jewish. It's not something that that we really like, and seeing this just kind of makes it harder for us to defend ourselves. Most police officers will only respond to the crime. They hardly ever prevent it. I would like, and seeing what this bill is, I don't think it's the smartest way of going. Being openly Jewish, and this is something that like really affects like my community, and I don't know